Hello, duelists. Welcome on this Tuesday morning, evening, afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Hope everyone is doing great. We have a lot of things to talk about today. A lot of interesting stuff that's happening. Most importantly, I think we have the next wave of Artmage support. Well, I mean, Medius the pure support. I don't know if it's directly Artmage related. I haven't read the cards yet. They seem to have new names related to something else as well, so we'll see about that. But today's TCG day, and I'll tell you all about it after we're done with the warm-up. We're gonna do a whole lot of different stuff. I guess it also affects Master Duel a little bit, what we're doing today. We're gonna talk about some different things. So yeah, we're gonna take a look at new Doom Z cards and all that good stuff. But why don't we go ahead and warm up first? So everyone has time to get in here. After Q&A, can we review your prompt? I did see they played yesterday. Was it fun? Just tell me TLDR. Was it a good one? Because I didn't have that much time to think about it. I wasn't sure if it was gonna be fun. I hope it was. The chef episode yesterday. Quake Gamba. Ooh, yeah, the Gamba is up. I can wait a minute to start the card guesser. If you guys want to Gamba first. Marcel Dorn, thank you for the 4 months. Chris, thank you for the 32. Appreciate that. Niels, thank you for the 41. It was a good prompt, but the wonkies were a bit weird with it. Isn't that what they always do, though? I feel like that's the concept of the show. But yeah, alas. All right, let's guess some cards, and then I'll tell you what we do today. Will Sky Striker be played in a cosplay? Yeah, I'll be cosplaying as YugiTuber Joshua Schmidt. We'll see. I hope you'll like my cosplay. This Snow Dust Giant by any chance? Maybe Snow Dust Dragon? Nope. Great start. 0 points in the first minute. I've never seen this card in my life. I have seen this card in my life. I lied. I just didn't recognize. Oh, that's Equation. Let's go, Mathmech card. Saved me from no points in the first minute. Saved by a Mathmech card. I can't believe it. The worst start to the day possible. That is a Constellar. Constellar. Pollux? Yeah. Earth Machine vibes? Yep, that is the Super Dreadnought. Not this one. Not this one. Gustav Max. No, it's not. Ah, wait. Is it Liebe? It is. I feel like I've seen this before. Yeah, the spider. Yeah. I have a feeling today is going to be washed. I feel like I'm going to be called washed in about 13 minutes. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I know none of these cards. That's Marionette Might. I can't even tell what's going on. Beast King Unleashed. Mask of Weakness, I think. No, Mask of Accursed? Of the Accursed. Oh, yes. Yeah. B Troopers. I don't know why I should not be formation. Yeah. That was worth it for 10 points. Because I didn't know which B Trooper card it was. Ooh. Dude, I feel like I have seen these little guys with the orange orb. Spider's Lair. Yeah, the problem is that this wasn't really an archetype. Oh, that's Inscription. I think. I hope. Yep. That is Coach King Giant Trainer. That's Kagari? Yeah. That is something Gift of the Martyr. Martyr? I don't even know how you pronounce that word. That is Tempest Magician. Ah, the cat, dude. The cat. What is it called? Catnipped. Gives me Naturia vibes. Rose Whip? No, it's not Rose Whip. Is that Rose Whip? I think it's Rose Whip. Yeah, I don't know why I second guessed myself. Fake fan? Okay, I'm not a fan of Naturia Rose Whip. You take that back. Naturia is a very polarizing archetype. Some of them are very cool and some of them are very cringe. That is one of the weather painters. Rainbow. Could be Temple of the Kings? Could be something Necro Valley related? I think it is Necro Valley related. Necro Valley Throne? No. Necro Valley Temple? Yeah. Ooh, that's old, I think. Maybe not. I don't know what it is, actually. I thought it was a different card. Maybe it's a Mecha Phantom Beast? Duck Fighter? Okay, it's just a generic card. Oh. Is that old? Because it gives me old vibes with the artwork. But then I don't remember it. Lightsworn Barrier. Lightsworn Barrier. Feels familiar. I take it back. I lied. Oh, Sacrifice! Oh, it was familiar. Oh, dude. I always, whenever I played against Cleaford, I didn't pay that much attention to the Sacrifice. I paid more attention to like the skill drain that was next to it. Is this one of the new dinosaurs? Dude, I don't even know. Is this... Wait, it's Eschatos. Bruh. Okay. Okay. Aitsu. Oh, I feel like Koitsu is the red one or green one. Never mind, it is Koitsu. Oh, dude, not the Buster Whelp. Buster Whelp, please, no. Oh my god, what is it called? Buster Dragon? No, it's not Buster Dragon. Wizard, Buster, Destruction Sword. Man. Protector Whelp. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm losing my mind. I hate when one of these comes up. Because it's not like you can just type one thing and they're all going to show. Yeah, this is the good one, I think. I mean, good in quotation. Dragon Buster Destruction. Screw that. Screw that. Because they're all named slightly different. Oh, it's Nimble Beaver. Blasting Sphere. Blast Sphere. Adhesive. Explosive. Ah. Ooh. This is Dragoness. Oh god, I know exactly what it looks like. It has 1200 attack. Armored Lizard? No, Lesser Dragon. Yeah. That is Armed Dragon level 10. Yeah. Dude, I'm doing, oh, is that a second one of those? Oh god, it is. Oh my god, which one is it this time? What else is there? Soitsu? Doitsu? Ah. Oh god, it's Kali Yuga. Oh. Flamvel Baby? No. Oh, it's a Hazy Flame. Hazy Flame. Periton? Periton. Face Off? No. Persona? Okay, I would have never guessed that one. That was crazy. This could be Muzu Rhythm. Explosive Dragon? No, it's not Explosive Dragon. Strong Wind. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Does this feel familiar? I'm not sure. Dude, no. No. I have no idea. Penguin Cleric. Is that Prohibit Snake? No. Is that a virtual world? I'm not sure. I'm skipping it. I'm not sure. I think it might be a virtual world, but I'm not. No, actually not. Double bite drag. Okay, yeah, no. Red Eyes Toon Dragon? Something Enchanter. Dark Red Enchanter, that's the word. Yep. I thought this card was very cool back in the day. Even though it was never good. Okay, Mecha Phantom Beast. Oh no. Sky Blaster. Sky Fortress. What is it called, dude? Enter Blathnir. Phantom Fortress. Yep. The Purple Nightfall. Infernoid, right? Actually, no. Jet Warrior. Not an Infernoid. Machina. No, Sniper is blue. Oh, you're right. It is Boomboxen. It is not a Machina. True. Good call. Garnesia Elephantis. Okay. Gores! Oh, what is that? Oof. No, it's the retrain of that Spirit Trap. But okay. 746. You guys are gonna say washed. That's okay. Still, I felt like the start was very bad, and then we kind of turned it around. That was not a bad second half. It was okay. There was some really bad ones in here that I spent way too much time on, but then there were some pretty good ones that we guessed in one zoom. All right, which overall gives us an average performance, which is okay. The year is once again 2015, and we are looking for an effect monster with more than 1500 attack, less than 1500 defense, and higher than level 4. When we're talking, why don't we try another Necros? But Necros, not a warrior, otherwise Brionac would fit those criteria. I don't know if any of the others have less defense. It could be Necros of Catastor. Oh, come on. How is it? Dude, how is it a water level 5 dragon, but it's not Catastor? Are you kidding me? What other? I can't even think of another water dragon. Dude, what's a water dragon from 2015? What is that even a dragon? I don't think it is. Yeah, Lapis Dragon is also from 2019, dude. Holy shit. Exile. Oh, yeah, hold up. Dude, okay. Look, I was on the right track. I mean, look, they're never gonna get me with the Necros cards. I know these guys inside out. That's never gonna be a problem. That is never gonna be a problem. Necros in yugioh, never. Dragon Ice. I mean, I know Dragon Ice, but Dragon Ice is from 2006 or something, or 2007. Wait, which set is Dragon Ice actually? Gladiator's Assault. What, 2007? 2008 maybe? Didn't you say you can't think about a different water? I mean, okay, I would have look, hey, calm down there, okay? Yeah, Gladiators Assault 2007 would have been Dragon Ice. Isn't Dragon Ice a level 6? It might be. I know it's a 1 tribute. I don't know if it's level 5 or 6. Actually, I don't even know if it's a 1 tribute guaranteed, because the whole gimmick is that you special summon it, so I don't think anyone's really tribute summoning it. So I'm not sure. Well, it's a 5? Okay. Well, warm up out of the way. Let us get into today's stream. We're doing a couple of cool things today. So let me tell you what we're doing before we hop in. So the plan for today is, at first, we're going to take a look at new cards. And the new cards are exciting today because it is the new wave of Archmage / Medius the Pure support from Doom of Dimension. So the new lore archetype is getting a second wave of cards, and we're going to take a look at those. First, once we're done with that, we are going to do a couple of different TCG related things. I'm going to hit up locals later today, and I do need to build my deck for that. I'm going to play Sky Striker, so we're going to be building Sky Striker together. The other thing we're doing is we're doing some NWCQ and EUWCQ preparation today, where I let you guys submit questions over on my Discord server. And we're going to read those questions and talk about the format a little bit. I feel like people have asked all different kinds of questions regarding the current format. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit. So like just a little bit of a discussion segment about current format. Maybe we'll do it while deck building as well. But I feel like while I'm deck building, I want to talk about, you know, the deck. So it's just going to be a separate segment after. And then after that, or maybe even before that, I don't know. I haven't really thought about the order that we do these things in. But another thing I wanted to do today is have a little bit of a discussion about Droll and Lockbird, because, well, I'll tell you when we get there what exactly caused me to do this. But I think I want to like have a more. I feel like Droll and Lockbird is like the current TCG's equivalent of like what Maxi is for Master Duel, you know, like, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. First things first, we have hopefully exciting news, or potentially exciting news, about Doom of Dimensions, the next core set. And we have Doom Z. Doom Z is a new archetype, and it is related to Medius the Pure. So this is the second archetype that is part of the new main lore themes. I don't know. Someone in chat right now is saying they seem like the villains to the Archmages, maybe. But more Medius the Pure support. So we're gonna take a look at these and see what's up with that. See if they're related. I mean, they are related lore-wise, but are they related gameplay-wise to the Archmages? And how is that going to work? Or is it like a different deck, basically? First of all, the artworks are looking kind of nice here. I do like the look of this archetype. Once again, let's see what they got effect-wise. We have Doom Z0 Drastia, a level 8 Dark Dragon. 2400 attack, 1500 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can target a Doom Z card you control, destroy it, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand. Then you can equip an equip spell from your deck to it. Any equip spell, okay. That has applications. I'm telling you right now, that's gonna have applications. While this card is equipped with an equip card, quick effect, you can special summon a Wind Machine Xyz monster from your extra deck with a rank equal to this card's level. This is treated as an Xyz summon, and if you do, attach this card and all cards equipped to it to that monster. Okay. That is an interesting way to rank up, I suppose. So it seems like this theme is, while the Archmages are entirely fusion focused, this theme is Xyz focused. Interesting first card. Let's read the rest before we draw too many conclusions. But this one is interesting. Equip any equip spell from your deck to it. That's gonna have some interesting applications for sure. Doom Z5. Amalfi, Dark Dragon, level 4, 1600, 1200. You can only use the first and second once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned or destroyed by card effect, you can add a Doom Z monster from your deck to your hand, except Doom Z5 Amalfi. While this card is equipped with an equip card, quick effect, you can special summon a Wind Machine Xyz monster from your extra deck with a rank equal to this card's level. Okay, they all do this. Or, I mean, the first two do this. They rank up into something else by being equipped. All right. Interesting. It's any Wind Machine Exceed with the same rank as the level that you're ranking up with, right? So like this ranks up into any Wind rank 8. I don't know if there's any already existing targets for this, but interesting. Don't make them level 9. Okay, level 9. What are you referring to? Are you referring to the Phantom Fortress Enter Blathnir? Is that a Wind Machine? Hand loop. Yeah, that would be dangerous, but that is a rank 9. All right. Doom Z7 Alara, level 4 Dark Dragon. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned or destroyed by card effect, you can set a Doom Z spell trap from your deck. While this card is equipped with an equip card, quick effect, you can special summon a Wind Machine. Okay, same thing. All right, so we've got add any Doom Z monster. We've got set any Doom Z spell trap. All right, not the worst main deck monsters to have. Ooh, the new Power Patron. Okay, so this is it. So far, this seems like there was a theory out there. I don't know who said it first or whatever, but I remember people saying or guessing that the Medius, the pure lore, is going to be, it's going to have different archetypes. And the way that Medius connects them all is by having access to the different power patrons, right? Like every archetype so far, which is 2, has had one main deck power patron, right? Like for Archmage is the little owl. That's the power patron, the Archmage power patron. And this one is the Doom Z power patron. And so Medius is it's kind of cool, actually, if you really think about it. Medius is like the centerpiece of these strategies because it accesses all their individual power patrons, right? Which is pretty cool because that way Medius becomes a good card in all of these decks, right? Like that I think was one of the weirdest parts to me personally of the Diabellstar lore, because Diabellstar was not that central of a piece to some of the decks that it was involved with, right? Like in some of these lore decks for Diabellstar was just not that good, right? Like in for example, it was crazy for Snake Eyes, but in like Goblin Biker, Diabellstar did basically nothing. And in White Forest as well, there was no application realistically for Diabellstar. I mean, theoretically, there were targets for Diabellstar in White Forest, but it wasn't really. It was more used to like set like Deception, which was the Azamina card. Like Diabellstar had strong synergy with Snake Eye and Azamina, but not so much with the other ones. It feels like Medius is going to have strong applications for each of these decks if all of them have a power patron. So you can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. You cannot special from the extra deck except Xyz monsters. This is very similar to the other power patron. The other power patron locks you into fusions because that is part of the fusion deck. You can target one other effect monster you control. Special summon from your extra deck one Doom Z Xyz monster or Jupiter, the power patron of destruction, with a rank equal to the level of that monster you control by using it as material. This is treated as an Xyz summon. And if you do, equip this card you control to it. If this card is destroyed, you can add a Doom Z card from your deck to your hand. Okay. Simple. So if you summon this with Medius the Pure, right? This feels very, very similar to the Owl in terms of the design on the card, right? This is basically the same card as the Owl, but for the Doom Z deck, right? Because when you summon the Owl with Medius, it gives you the ability to fusion summon and you can make Deactorus with the Medius immediately, right? So Medius becomes a 1-card fusion into the Deactorus, which is part of the deck strategy, right? And this one, I mean, we're going to have to read the exceeds in a second, but this one is very similar because if you summon this with Medius, you have the ability to rank up into a rank 4 with the Medius, right? Because the way it's going to work is you're going to target the Medius, you're going to special summon the rank 4, and then this is going to be equipped to it, which is actually quite cool because then you can like destroy it for the Drastia because it's going to be in a Doom Z card on your field, or if the Xyz monster leaves the field, this is going to be destroyed by Game Mechanic as an equipped card, and then it's going to let you add a card. So that's neat, right? So it's basically almost exactly the same thing as the Owl, but for this deck. Okay, here's the new, and once again, very similar pattern here. Here's the new Power Patron in the extra deck. Remember, Archmage also had a Power Patron for the extra deck. It was the fusion monster that needed like 3 monsters with different types, which was decently powerful, but not super strong. Here we have a rank 10 wind machine monster. Needs 3 level 10 monsters. Once per turn, you can also special summon it by using a monster you control equipped with 3 or more equip cards. Once again, similar to the other Power Patron, this one is technically generic. Like, you could make this in any deck that can somehow equip something with 3 equip cards. Like, I don't know, my Fiendsmith brain, first thing I can think of is if you make an Agnum Day and then you bring back a monster and then you equip Sequence and Requiem to it, you could theoretically make this as well, right? Or, you know, Power Tool, Mikanko, whatever, Marincess, yeah, all those, there's decks that can make this, I guess, but Marincess, I think, is locked into water. Anyways, if this card is Xyz summoned, you can equip any number of appropriate equip spells from your graveyard to it. Gains 3000 attack while it has an Xyz monster as material. Once per turn, you can detach a material from this card, special summon a Doom Z monster from your graveyard, then you can destroy a card in the field. I feel like the most interesting part, I mean, it has some implications for going second here because it could potentially get really big and it could potentially destroy, like, extend and destroy a card on the field. This is a neat effect when you're playing into a board. It's nothing too crazy. It's really nothing too crazy. This, I think, is the interesting effect here. Like, I feel like in this deck, you're gonna maybe want to pair it with some other equip spell engine. Maybe they have their own broken equip spells. We'll see. But like re-equipping equip spells from the grave could be interesting. Then we have Doomsy and Drastrius. So this is the rank 8 that you are supposed to summon with Drastia, right? Rank 8 Wind Machine Exceed. Usually it's 3 level 8 monsters, so not easy to summon. While it is generic in other decks, it's definitely way easier to summon it with the rank up mechanic. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn. If this card is Xyz summoned, you can equip one other face-up monster on the field to it. Okay, is the rank up a quick effect? Ooh, it is. It is a quick effect. That's a neat disruption. That is a neat disruption. If you can rank up on the opponent's turn, non-target, equip a monster to it, that's not bad. The first time this card will be destroyed by a battle or card effect each turn, it's not destroyed. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field or in the graveyard, quick effect, you can detach a material from this card, negate that effect, then you can equip a face-up monster your opponent controls through this card. Okay. This is a powerful end board piece, I feel like. This is a powerful rank up on the opponent's turn with Drastia. That's going to mean, that is probably going to mean you are going to want to leave this on your field when you pass turn, right? You want to, this is, because then this alone, this card alone is going to be a very strong disruption on the opponent's turn, right? Because what you can do on the opponent's turn is quick effect, rank up into the Drastrius, and on summon, this will equip a monster to it, and then when your opponent continues to play, you can still negate a monster effect on field or graveyard and then also equip a monster to it once again. So that is a pretty good end board piece for the deck already. Yeah. I do kind of like these sort of decks that incentivize you to keep your monsters on the field instead of turning them into extra deck monsters on your turn immediately, because that is typically it's usually healthier if decks leave their main deck monsters on the board because they want to do something with them on the opponent's turn, because that disincentivizes like crazy link spamming and stuff like that. You can summon the main deck guy with spheres. Yes, but it's not equipped with anything then. Like, it's a dragon that you can summon with heavenly spheres, but then it does need to be equipped with an equip card to have that rank up effect. So that is another thing, you know. Okay, and then we have a rank 4. So it's a very, very similar concept to Archmage. It's crazy actually. The parallels between this and Archmage are quite apparent. I feel like it's a very similar concept, just for exceeds, which I think this is good so far, because I said in the past that I was a little scared of the main lore archetype because of what happened with the Bellstar. I think it's good that not all of these cards go into the same deck, right? Like, because then we would probably just end up with another like tier 0 Snake Eye situation where if they make more cards for all of the same deck, then it would eventually just end up being too powerful. I feel like this is cool because it's Archmage, but not in the Archmage deck. It's just like another use case for Medius. Like, you can use Medius for Archmage, or you can use Medius for Doom Z. As far as I can tell so far, they don't have much to do with each other, except for the fact that Medius is a centerpiece for both decks, right? But yeah. Okay. Anyways, we have a Doom Z Break Deactorus. Here we can even see similar names again. Rank 4 Wind Machine. Generic 2 level 4s. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each turn. If this card is special summoned, you can destroy a Doom Z card in your hand or face-up field. Then you can destroy a monster on the field. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, while it has a Doom Z monster or Medius the Pure as material, you can add to your hand or send to the grave an equip spell from your deck. Okay, so that's a cool rank 4. This is once again a disruption on the opponent's turn if you rank up using one of these two, because they are also quick effects to rank up on the opponent's turn. It lets you destroy the Doomsies in your hand because they all have effects when they are destroyed, except for this one. But the 2 level 4s and the Power Patron, they have effects when they are equipped, when they are destroyed, rather. It makes it so Medius is a strong 1-card combo in this deck, right? Because what you can do is you can go Medius, special out Power Patron Machine Doom Z, use this effect to rank up into the rank 4 by using the Medius as material. On special summon, you can destroy the Power Patron Machine Doom Z that is equipped to the Xyz monster. You're gonna have to destroy itself, right? Because you do have to... Oh no, you can destroy a monster. You don't actually have to destroy itself. You could, though, because it has an effect on destruction. But you can also... You could theoretically just destroy the Power Patron Machine Doom Z and get D-Search with it. Or you could even destroy itself, add to your hand, or send to the grave an equip spell from your deck. Oh, wait, there's even more things you can do. Because, okay, hear me out. We go normal summon Medius, special Power Patron Doom Z, effect of Power Patron Doom Z, rank up into the rank 4. Rank 4 effect, only destroy the equip spell, don't destroy anything else unless you're going second. Effect of this, add a Doom Z card from your deck to your hand. We're gonna add Drastia. Then we're going to destroy the rank 4 with Drastia. Because, yeah, and then we're going to summon the Drastia from hand. We're going to equip any equip spell from the deck to it, as well as trigger this thing's graveyard effect to add to hand or send to grave any equip spell from the deck. That's cool. That gives you access to any 2 equip spells. That also, you know what that does? You can Pot of Greed with that. You can Pot of Greed with the Bamboo Swords. Maybe it's finally time for the Bamboo Swords, dude. I've been waiting for this moment forever. Because what you can do is you can equip this with Cursed Bamboo Sword from your deck. You can, when this is destroyed, you can send another Cursed Bamboo Sword from your deck to the graveyard to add a Golden Bamboo Sword from your deck to your hand. And you can activate that Golden Bamboo Sword immediately because you have the Cursed Bamboo Sword on the on this one. And then when you rank this up into the rank 8, the equip spell is attached as a material to the rank 8. And then when it's sent to the graveyard, you can get another search with the Bamboo Sword. Just a thought. But they probably also have their own equip spells. Interesting stuff. The thing is, none of the things that I just said, none of that stuff that I just said is actually that broken. That it's all decent. It's good, but it's not like completely absurd. Like none of that is even close to like a Snake Eye Ash, whatever. Like that is, yeah. Might be coping, but aren't these broken in Mikanko as a side engine? I don't care about Mikanko at this point in time. Like I feel like maybe, but I don't really. Doomsday Raider, continuous spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name per turn, only once that turn. During your main phase, you can destroy one other Doomsday card in your hand or face-up field, add to your hand, or special summon a Doomsday from your deck. Also, you can't special summon for the rest of this turn from the extra deck except Xyz. If this card is destroyed by card effect, you can target a face-up monster on the field, destroy it. Okay, I like it. They get their own Dragonic Diagram, which seems very fitting for this archetype, because a lot of them do trigger on destruction. It locks you into Xyz, which I think is very, very good. I think this is very necessary because this does one very important thing for this lore archetype. Or it's more like a Zodiac Barrage. That's true, because most of the time you're going to special summon. Locking into Xyz is very healthy for this, because this prevents people from playing all of the lore stuff in the same deck, and it just gets more and more powerful the more cards are printed. So this is a card that you can basically only really play in Doomsday, which is neat. And I guess you could pair Doomsday with other decks that Xyz summon, but fine. Good card though. Good card though. Not a 1-card combo, which is good. Needs another card to function, which I really like to see. I like when they do more of that kind of stuff. And here's the first equip spell: Doomsday Command Doom Durg. Equip spell. Once per turn during the standby phase, inflict 500 damage to the equipped monster's controller. A Doomsday monster equipped with this card or a Wind Machine Xyz that has it as a material gains these effects. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. Once per turn, quick effect. You can destroy one other face-up card you control. Also, until the end of this turn, this card gains attack equal to its own level rank times 100. It can attack directly. Also, if it battles, destroy it at the end of the damage step. This doesn't feel that good to me, especially since it's the only equip spell, it seems like, because we're moving on to the traps. This does not feel very strong. I feel like this heavily incentivizes you to pair this deck with other equip spells. Like, I think this deck is going to want to play more equip spells than just this. Maybe it's a one-of, because it gives you the ability to destroy more cards, which might be okay, but sure. The trap ruins it entirely. Okay, let me read the trap. Doomsday Destruction. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target a Doomsday Xyz monster you control. Equip this card to it as an equip card with this effect. Your opponent cannot add cards from the deck to the hand except by drawing them. If this card is destroyed by a card effect, you can target a face-up monster on the field, equip a Doomsday monster from your deck to it. Okay. So target a Doomsday exceeds you control, equip this card to it as an equip material. Dude, you know what? This card has essentially, dude, I've gone from hoping that this deck was going to be good because all of this so far seemed pretty fun to me. Like, especially the way it interacts with the opponent, right? I felt like it was cool. Of course, there was a monster negate on the rank 8, but like it couldn't even negate like Nibiru. It was just like a monster effect on the field or graveyard. I was like fine with that. And then like equipping stuff, like it was like, okay, you can equip cards from your opponent to it as a disruption. You can destroy a card with some stuff as a disruption. I was fine with it. And I was like, all of this is super cool, and I'm hoping this is a good deck. And then this is there, and I'm like, now I don't want it to be a good deck anymore. Now I just don't want the deck to be good. People are saying the trap isn't searchable. What do you mean the trap isn't searchable? Isn't there literally a... This one says, set a Doomsday spell trap from your deck. Of course it's searchable. So the thing that I'm worried about is not that they have the ability to turn one of their monsters into a Colossus, because like Colossus is legal, and it's kind of been established that Colossus, at the moment at least, is not really a problem, even though it could become a problem in the future again. But like, if that's the only thing a deck does, then it's probably okay. The problem that I see here is that it feels more like this deck already does a lot of things, and then this is just like the cherry on top. This is like the bonus that you randomly get, sometimes for free, if you summon or destroy the Elara. You just get like a one-off trap from your deck that just turns your monster into a Colossus, on top of what you're already doing, right? Like you're still getting the monster negate, the ability to equip your opponent's cards to it, and then like it does mean that the deck is going to be very, very focused on that one monster. Like for example, like the problem is it's still going to turn into like a draw the out situation, right? Like you're going to have to, like, if it's all of their disruption at the moment, for the most part, is going to be concentrated into the Drastrius, right? The Drastrius is the one that equips a monster on summon, negates a monster effect, equips another monster, and then it's going to get the trap card equipped to it to stop the opponent from searching. Like all that is probably going to be concentrated into the Drastrius, which means that if you have one out to the Drastrius, Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, Ultimate Slayer, Kaiju, Kurikara, any of that nature, right? The deck is going to be very vulnerable to that. So I don't want to like doom, you know, like this is not a fun card. I don't think this is a well-designed card. Ultimately, maybe it's fine, right? It's kind of like the Ricehard situation, right? Which wasn't pleasant. Ricehard was definitely overtuned. But still, like, Kashtira format was still playable if you had an out to the Ricehard, which is not the greatest argument, like draw the out. So the card is not well designed. I don't like the fact that this card exists. I think the archetype looked a lot more fun beforehand. But like gameplay wise, it could still be fine. Maybe. We'll see. Oh, I thought that was it because that was a trap card. But oh, wait, there is Archmage stuff here. Theorialize. Oh, wait. Oh, there's Archmages. Theorealize Overdrive. Okay, so this is... Okay, hold up. Before we get into the Archmage cards, because there is some Archmage cards, how do I feel about this archetype? Well, I liked it a lot until the trap card came around. Now the trap card seems kind of cringe to me. I'm not a huge fan of the design of the trap card. Still, power level wise, this feels relatively similar to Archmage so far, because it is. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's very, very similar to Archmage in terms of the card quality. Right, I said the same thing about Archmage. Like Archmage, I felt like does not have enough cards yet, but the card quality is decently high, and I think the same can be said about Doom Z. A lot of these cards are very high quality cards. You know, like effect on normal summon. All of these, they go +1 on summon. They have the rank up ability. Goes +1 on summon. Has the rank up ability. The Power Patron is good. Very similar to the Archmage Owl. They got some extra deck tools. One of them is particularly strong. Like, for example, in Archmage, the Deactorus is a pretty good extra deck monster. So it's basically Archmage for Exceeds, but it has the trap card, which is pretty cringe. But power level wise, even though I don't like the trap card, it's probably okay. Like, I don't think this does not strike me as a too powerful deck, right? Like it's solid, but I don't feel like it is too powerful. And the trap card Floodgate effect is cringe, but cringe does not always mean broken. Cringe and broken often go hand in hand, but not always. So overall, I still think it's cool. I hate the trap card, but I still think it's cool. I still think it's a solid archetype. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, more Archmages, which is now, as of reading the trap card, Archmage is my favorite again. I'm rooting for Archmages more than I'm rooting for Doom Z because of this trap card. Okay, so it seems like though the cards that are called Theorealize are just Medius related, right? Like there is a card called Theorealize in Duelist's Advance, and I think that has nothing to do with Archmage. It is just Medius. And I think from what I'm at first glance, this seems the same. So Theorealize Overdrive is a quick play spell that says you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target a Medius, the Pure, in your grave or banishment, special summon it. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a face-up monster you control and declare a level from 1 to 10. Its level becomes the declared level until the end of this turn. This card is not particularly good, mainly because I don't know if the Theorealize stuff is searchable at all. The reason why I don't think it's a terrible card, like I genuinely don't think it's just bad, like some of you guys are saying, is that it's a quick play spell card, because Medius effect works on normal and special summon. And so you can bring out Medius on the opponent's turn with this and get his effect again to summon the Power Patron. And I believe the Archmage Power Patron is a quick effect to fusion summon. So you could potentially like bring out a you could bring it out on your opponent's turn. So it's like during the main phase quick effect, which by the way, that's a huge difference between this Power Patron and the Doom Z Power Patron. The Doom Z Power Patron cannot rank up on the opponent's turn. This one is a ignition effect, not a quick effect to fuse, which is different. I mean, that's a lot worse. So in theory, you can still, this is basically like a fusion spell on the opponent's turn if you think about it. Right? It's like bring out a Medius that brings out the Power Patron. The Power Patron fuses. It's not that bad. Genuinely, it's not that bad. The problem is that I don't know if it's searchable. If this was called Archmage or something, then it'd be good. If you could just search it, then as a one-of, that genuinely would have uses. Yeah, it's more like a Branded in Red. That's actually a good comparison. But it's like an unsearchable Branded in Red, right? Which is like, would Branded in Red be considered a good card if it was not searchable? Like if it wasn't called Branded in Red? I don't know, right? And so I think that's what makes it mediocre. Like, you probably wouldn't play Branded in Red as a 3-of and just hope to draw it, right? And because that's kind of what this card is requiring you to do. Okay, Archmage Movement Lineage. Normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You cannot special monsters from the extra deck. The turn you activate either of this card's effects except fusion monsters. Once again, before I even read the effects of these cards, I love how I feel like they're more careful with the locks on this archetype. Or like on these lore archetypes. I love this. I love that there is more cards here that say, okay, only do fusion if you're playing Archmage. Only do Exceed if you're playing Doomsday. Like that is a good development. That is necessary. Especially when it comes to these lore archetypes that tend to get support for the entire year, right? That was the biggest problem with Snake Eyes, is that they basically were the main archetypes, so they got more and more and more and more support, and it was way too generic. So I like that they're, hopefully this means they're more careful about that. If your opponent controls more monsters than you do, special summon an Archmage monster from your deck in defense position with a different name from the cards you control. Okay, so you can only use this going second, basically. If this card is sent to the grave to activate the effect of Archmage, Academic, Arcane Arts, Acropolis, you can add an Archmage trap from your grave or banishment to your hand. Oh, okay. Okay. I like the design on this card a lot. Just bring up I'm gonna bring up Archmage Acropolis real quick to explain why I like the design on this card a lot. So the Academic Arts is the field spell for Archmage, and it's a very, very central piece for the deck. They have like 9 ways to search this card or something. And it's a very, very central, like, important card for the deck. And the gimmick of this thing is that it's a non-once per turn. You can discard a spell trap and declare an Archmage monster that you haven't named yet and add it to your hand. So, like, you can just discard spells and traps over and over and over to add different Archmage monsters. And that is the gimmick of the Acropolis, basically. That's why it's such a central piece for this deck. And I was thinking about, like, I would really like to have more good discards for this, right? Because if you make an archetype or like a card that is so centralized on discarding spell traps, there aren't many good spell traps you can just discard. Why did they have to insert a lock for the second effect for the new spells? Because it's healthy. Dude, the locks are good. I don't get why anyone is complaining about locks right now. Are you crazy? Anyways, I'm moving on. I like the fact that this is a good discard for the field spell. So basically, going first, this does nothing but being a solid discard for the field spell, which is arguably maybe not good enough, but it's also maybe it's enough, because going second, it's a really good card, right? Like it's like that card design where you make a card that's just okay going first, but it becomes really strong when you're going second. So I think that's cool. But yeah. I'm just wondering why it has to add from grave or banishment. Why can't it add from deck as well? I feel like that would have been fine. If this was actually, then it would be a really good discard for the field spell. Next up, we have a trap card, Archmage Peripeteia Turmoil. Normal trap card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can't special from the extra deck to turn you activate either of this card's effects except fusions. Target a monster in your opponent's graveyard. Return an Archmage you control to the hand, extra deck. And if you do, special summon the target monster to your field, but its effects are negated. If this card is sent to the grave to activate the effect of Archmage, Academic, Arcane Arts, Acropolis, you can add an Archmage spell from your grave or banishment to your... I like this a lot as well. This is like this. This is the same, but even cooler. Because this is like... So what you're supposed to do, I would imagine, is you discard any Archmage spell from your hand for the first activation of the Acropolis. Then for the second activation, you discard the trap, add back the spell, and then you can potentially discard this one as well to add back the trap after. Stuff like that. You know, that's neat. This is a very fun interruption, actually. This is a very, very fun interruption for Archmage in particular because it disrupts your opponent's graveyard in a cool way. Because you take the monster, you get it to your field, which even lets you maybe resolve some of your effects. It's like a shark cannon. It's like a shark cannon, but it helps you fulfill the requirement of some of the Archmage cards because you need like monsters with different types, right? Which is important for Archmage. This is very cool. Both of these, once again, I think Archmage is already a cool deck. And I refuse to call like cards bad just because they're not broken. Because none of these cards are broken. They really aren't. These cards are just solid and they're fun. And I would like to endorse that more than, oh, this card is not Snake Eye Ash, or this card is not whatever else you name it, you know? Like I like this, especially considering that this is the new lore archetype and they are bound to get more support in the future. Like there's a difference between strong and broken. I think these cards are strong, they're not broken. And I think in general, I think Archmage is better than you guys give it credit for right now. It's just that there's other stuff in the game right now that is just more broken than it. And I think it's good that they are leaning more into designs like this currently. So the only thing that I'm wondering, or like one of the big things that I feel like is missing for Archmage, is I feel like they need more fusion monsters. Because these locks are strict, you know, like the entire turn. This is not even the rest of the turn. This is the turn. The entire turn you activate either of these effects, you are locked into fusions. So this is like a branded fusion type lock, right? And so like I feel like Archmage needs like at least one more fusion monster that's worth going into before we can like actually do it. Because I feel like that's the two things I think Archmage is missing, is like we need a new Archmage fusion monster, and we also need like another way to fusion summon, right? Because I think the only way that Archmage has to fusion summon is this guy right now. Or do they have I don't think they have a fusion spell. Maybe they do. Let me quit. Archmage. No, they do have a quick play fusion spell already. Okay, never mind. They do have a fusion spell. Okay, fine. They do have Archmage Masterwork Succession. During the main phase, fusion summon a fusion monster using one. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So scratch that. They don't need another fusion spell. They have one. They just need another fusion monster. That's really good. Can this fuse Guardian Chimera? It can fuse Guardian Chimera. Okay, well, you can go Guardian Chimera already. You have the Deoctorus. Yeah, okay. Nah, dude, I just think these cards are fine. I think these cards are fine. I think the fact that these cards are not broken is good news. I like this. I'm a fan of Archmage. I think the gameplay of the deck looks fun, and I don't want that to be ruined by an incredibly broken card. Because I feel like if they just keep designing more and more and more broken archetypes, we can never really go into a direction where decks are quote unquote fairer. And I think it's like, I think this is a process that takes time, but I think we should embrace some of these archetypes more that are solid but not broken. Archmage Holy Sue when? Dude, Holy Sue is such a fun card to play with. It's crazy. Doomsy will get more support in the following set. Yeah, it will. And Archmage probably will too, right? I mean, we are, that's the thing, right? That's why I feel like this is good news. We are stuck, quote unquote, with these archetypes for an entire year. Remember how long Snake Eyes got support, remember how long these decks got more and more cards? Like, if these were insane tier 1 decks after the second set, we would be getting like 8 more months of these cards. Like, I think that's important to understand here. Like, the only thing that I want from these decks is to be like tier 2 playable as of now, because we're getting them for the entire year. Like, don't worry about it. I think these decks will be playable at some point, personally. I think if they were already super strong after Doom of Dimension, we would all be crying about it by this set, when this set comes out. And then in the set after it, there's going to be more cards, and everyone is going to be rolling their eyes, and they're going to be like, why do they make more support for the decks that are already so powerful? Like, everyone would be complaining about this, like we all did last year. Like we all complained about this last year, or I mean, most of us, not everyone, but like the majority were like sick of Snake Eyes by Phantom Nightmare, and we got more and more support for the entire year, even after they were hit on a ban list. And I was like, why are we getting more Snake Eyes support when the deck was just hit on a ban list to make it weaker? And now people are out here criticizing the fact that the cards that they are getting in the second set of the year, or the second year of the cycle, the second set of the cycle, have like a lock for fusion monsters that seems a little bit too harsh and is stopping the deck from being the best deck in the format or something like that. Like, why are we complaining about that? That's good. We should embrace that. Because if these were too broken, then we would be complaining for the entirety of 2025 and 2026 probably. So I don't understand this. What matters to me is that Archmage seems fun to play, and it's getting some new tools that are also fun to play with, and I think that's cool. That's good enough. This is good news. I like this news. I will complain no matter what. I mean, I understand it, right? Because part of me, because I like Archmage so far, I part of me was hoping like, yeah, let's give him a really good card. Let's make him meta, right? But then the more I think about it, the more I'm like, if they become meta in Doom of Dimension, it's going to be really hard for them to design balanced cards or just even okay cards for the rest of the year. Because even, once again, I'm drawing the comparison to the last lore archetype. For Snake Eyes, because Snake Eyes were so powerful, it even found ways to make cards that at first glance didn't even seem that busted. They turned out completely insane. Like cards like Snake Eyes Diabellstar, which my initial reaction at Snake Eyes Diabellstar was like, you know, it's a fine card, it's a cool card, but I feel like Snake Eyes is already so powerful that they're not going to make room for it immediately. And like even if it wasn't, probably in a vacuum, Snake Eyes Diabellstar was a fine card, but because Snake Eye was so good, they found a way to make it so broken, you know? Like, there's a couple of those cards for Snake Eyes that, like, they brought out a little later than the original, after the original waves of support, and they just were incredibly powerful because the deck was so broken from the get-go. So yeah. I think this is a cool batch of cards. I like the Doom Z archetype, except for the trap card, but we'll see how big of a problem the trap card even really is. I mean, the fact that it is a equip card on a monster makes it arguably the easiest to out card that you could imagine, right? Because it's an equip card that is attached to a monster. So outing the monster outs the equip card. So any monster removal will out the equip card, but also because it's the equip card that gives it the effect, it means that any spell trap removal also removes that effect from the board. So like, maybe it's okay. Because all you need is a way to remove a card from the field, whether it's a monster or a back row card, and then you can get rid of the lock. So maybe it's okay, but we'll see. Unless they have the equip spell as material. Yeah, this one makes the monster untargetable, which I guess could be a problem. But the thing is, like, if you... Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. Then you need spell trap removal, I guess. You know? Well, just play the MST archetype and then you'll be fine. New archetypes set their cards, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. I still think it's a big deal. I still think preventing adding completely is definitely a problem. But you are right. You know, this is something we're going to talk about later when we talk about Droll and Lockbird as just like a thing. They do design some archetypes with Droll and Lockbird in mind, right? Like they do design some cards these days. They really feel like they are designed to play around Droll and Lockbird because they say like, okay, you can set a card from your deck instead of adding it, stuff like that. So they are specifically designed to play around Droll and Lockbird, at least a little bit. And so that would also, if they keep doing that, you know, that would also make this sort of lock weaker. But yeah, but I mean, we're going to talk about Droll and Lockbird a little bit later. I asked Lampy this before. What old or iconic Yu-Gi-Oh card would you like to see Konami make a new archetype for, like now with MST and even earlier with Tenpai for Trident Dragion? Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like Book would be a really cool one. I feel like if they made one for the Book cards, it would be really cool because the Book cards are so flexible. There's so many different ones. Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse are like, basically I was trying to think of like of cards that are still good, you know, because I what I wouldn't want is what I don't like rather in terms of design is when they make you play cards that kind of suck now, because then they end up being like bricks in your deck, kind of like what they did with Yubel, right? Besides the fact that I didn't like Yubel as a deck, but like conceptually I don't like when they incentivize you to play a card from back in the day because it got legacy support, but like the card itself is still not a great draw because it's just like a bad card from 2006 or something, right? Like Yubel. Or wait, Yubel is 2008, I think, but you get what they tried to fix it somewhat by making Phantom of Yubel like a contact fusion with a Yubel in your hand, so you could do something with it, but I still wasn't a fan of that. Or like similar, I think an even better comparison for this is the Gate Guardian stuff. Like the Gate Guardian stuff, like it just sucks to draw the Gate Guardian. Or the Exodia deck, right? Like you're forced to play the 5 pieces, but the 5 pieces usually just like if you draw 1 or 2 of them, it just ruins your hand, right? And that's awkward, I think. Once again, they tried working around for that because they gave you Wedju Temple, and Wedju Temple, you can make use of one of the Exodia pieces to put it onto the field, and then it's not the worst thing, right? But still, instead of being like, okay, play this really old bad card, we're gonna give you a way to potentially make use of it. Why not make me play a card that is already like kind of good, like Book of Moon, for example. That's why I was thinking of Book of Moon, or Enemy Controller, right? Enemy Controller could be something that if you make an archetype around it and that forces me to play Enemy Controller, I'm not going to be mad about that. You know, that's not bad. But I guess none of those cards that I just mentioned are like usable going first, right? Like Book of Moon, Enemy Controller are not really that useful going first. And I'm wondering, like, how would you make an archetype around those? Unless you flip. I mean, yeah, there could be like a fun way to like make use of like the flip mechanic somehow. But then again, making flips viable is a whole different story. Enemy controller, to make an enemy controller archetype, you'd have to have monsters that summon themselves to their opponent's side of the field, right? And then you can take them with enemy controller, and then they have an effect when tributed, but they also have an effect when they switch control. That'd be sick, right? Like imagine that. It's all like when this card is tributed, do this, and when this card switches control, do that. That'd be kind of cool. And then they like search enemy controller and you tribute, and you take it and you get a bonus effect because you took it. That'd be sweet. There's an enemy controller archetype? No, there isn't. Like they used enemy controller because it is a very classic Kaiba card. They used it on one of the Union Monsters artworks. That is, it's not an enemy controller archetype. It's just like they used it on the artwork of the Union controller because it was a Kaiba card. But that doesn't count. The forbidden quick play spells would be dope for an archetype. I mean, those technically are an archetype, right? Like forbidden chalice, droplet, and lance and dress, they technically are an archetype. They have like, isn't there even a card that searches the forbidden cards? Isn't there like condemned witch or something? Condemned witch. I feel like it does. There is one that searches a forbidden card. Yeah. It is condemned witch. This. When this card is normal summoned, you can add a forbidden quick play spell from your deck to your hand. During your opponent's main phase, tribute this card special level 4 fairy from your deck, blah blah. Yeah, this is it is technically an archetype. It's not very cohesive because the forbidden cards don't have anything to do with each other technically in terms of functionality. They're all just like non-engine, basically. It's like, it's kind of like the thing with this, it's like they have one engine card basically, and then everything else is non-engine. So it's not a functioning deck, right? Making an entire deck around slot machine and 7 completed. Yeah. No, my pick for a super old card that deserves an archetype around it is enemy controller. Make it happen. Make it happen. All right. So, new cards out of the way. The next thing we're gonna do is some TCG deck building. And we're bringing out the desk cam for this one because I'm going to locals later today, and today we're gonna be Sky Striking. I wanna try the new Sky Striker cards a little bit, give them at least a shot. I will say, and I'm gonna show you the list that I played over the course of the weekend in a second, because I did have some friends over on Sunday and we played some new format, and I did try Sky Striker just a little bit with the first build. So this is basically what we're starting with for the day, and then I want to talk about some theory behind it and some of the things. I will say, I think the chances that I'm going to be bringing this deck to the European Championship are going to be relatively slim, simply because I've noticed two main problems with it, which maybe we can fix some of them for today's locals, but I'll see. Like my main issue with the deck was actually, there was two main issues. One issue was Droll and Lockbird, which I felt like whenever I got drolled, I had very little I could do. That is an issue that I'm pretty sure you can't really solve. Like you can play some outs for Droll and Lockbird. You can play some punishes, quote unquote, like thrust into Black Goat Laughs or talents and stuff like that, which maybe make games winnable after you get drolled. But that's basically all you can really do with Droll. Other than that, a slight issue that I had was consistency, as well as sometimes my board was just way too fair. Why you not playing Vanquish? Why you disrespect Vanquish? Are you crazy? That is, I feel like that's a crazy message to send right now. Anyways, moving on. Dude, I've played some Vanquish Soul, and I love the new Vanquish Soul deck. I just want to play Sky Striker at today's locals. Yeah. So I'll show you what I played on Sunday, and we'll talk about some of the things. I don't know if there's anyone here who is up to date with current Sky Striker theory, but I guess I'll walk you through my thought process when I made this list to just test. I played 3 Ray, 1 Rose, and it's only 1 Rose because this list has no desires. I think, as much as I hate playing with desires in a deck like this, there is a world where we have to do it. There is a world where we need to play desires in this deck because it just helps you with consistency, maybe. Will you do some Archmage theory one day too? I'm kind of interested. Absolutely. I like Archmage. I have the cards for the most part, I think. There's definitely going to be a week where I bring Archmage to locals and we build it beforehand. So the thing is, like, Rose is not a great card to draw. You don't really want to draw Rose. However, it does. You do need it in the deck for Sky Striker Ace-Zero's effect, right? So here's what I did. I played Ash and Droll because I wanted to play Crossout. And this is like, I think this deck shouldn't be played as a hand trap deck. So these are the only ones that I played. But I wasn't super happy with Ash Blossom in this deck. I wasn't super happy with Ash Blossom. There's like a world where you cut these down a little bit. If it's just for Crossout, we could just play 1 and 1. However, with Desires, I think that would be a little foolish. But yeah, I played. This was all the monsters I played, and then I played for Sky Striker spells. I played 3 Engage, 3 Widow Anchor, 3 Linkage, 2 of the Lemnis Gate, which I like too, even without Desires. I think this is like this card. After testing this deck, this is the reason to play this deck. Setting up this card, this 2 non-target bounces is nice against any deck. 2 non-target bounces is crazy. 1 multi-roll, 1 Shark Cannon, and I played Area Zero, and I'm not gonna lie, I think people are disrespecting Area Zero at the moment. I think Area Zero is actually a pretty decent card, and I was thinking about playing more. It plays harder into Droll if you start with Area Zero, but the ability to get a little bit of a consistency boost, even if it's just a small one, you know, like even if it's just a small consistency boost, I liked it. I liked it because you just get a Spell Engrave, and you have a chance to hit Engage, Ray, Linkage, or Multi-Roll, which are all combo if you don't open a play. I felt like it was okay. I played 3 Droplets. I played 3 Upstarts. Despite the fact that like Droll and Lockbird after Upstart is gonna kill you, I think the theory is that Droll and Lockbird kills you anyways, so you might as well play Upstart Goblin. I don't know. I played 2 Thrust and 1 Talons. Of course, Talons is limited. Only 2 Thrust because the deck draws a lot of cards, and I don't want to be drawing multiple Thrusts. The same reason, and I played 1 Goods with 1 Metal Foes Fusion. I would play 2 Goods, but there's no room in this as of right now. But we can play more spells. I wanted more spells. Rhoda, Terraforming, Crossout, Called By, and a Goat Laughs. So this was my first attempt at the deck. It's 40, and I had, like I said, I had 2 problems with it. Problem number 1, Droll and Lockbird. Problem number 2, it was sometimes too fair when going first. No Hornet Drones. Yeah, I honestly, Can someone here, someone who's playing Sky Striker, explain to me why people are playing Hornet Drones in this deck? Because I think Hornet Drones sucks ass in this deck right now. I don't understand why it's a 1-card combo. I mean, but you use Kagari for it. You can search it off Shizuku to stay in engine. Yeah, but you can do that with linkage. It's another access to links when you have consistency issues. Yes, but it's like the worst possible starter, right? So the question is like, is that worth it? Is it worth to play the worst possible starter? You want Zero, not Kagari? Well, I mean, ideally you want both. Ideally you want both, I feel like. Maybe. I can try Hornet Drones because consistency was one of my concerns. So here are a couple of cards that I was considering. I was considering playing more Foolish Burial Goods. I was considering playing additional copies of Area Zero. Probably not 3, but like a second one. I was considering an Eagle Booster. I don't know how important that is, but you can protect your Zero with it. I think that's neat. And Pot of Desires. Where'd I put my... And if you play Pot of Desires, you probably want to play a second Rose. Where's my second Rose? I have a second Rose somewhere. Oh, here. Yeah, Rhoda is here. I guess. Oh, the glare. Here. What is the game plan? See, that's the thing, right? I was doing different things going first depending on my hand, and like how often would you guys say you guys end on the new Link monster in the extra monster zone at the end of the turn? Because I didn't often do that. I usually did not end on this. Usually, I made this one first because I went like Ray Effect, make this, search engage. Then I would like activate engage and stuff, and then I would turn this into a Kagari, so it was not on my field at the end of the turn. In theory, though, I feel like it should be on your board at the end of the turn, ideally. But I was usually passing on Shizuku and not on Zero, right? Shizuku add linkage, so you end phase into Zero. What, you can only special it once per turn. That means you have not made Zero. I think it's more like you wanna end on a linkage set, right? Like your ideal, I guess your ideal end board really in a perfect world, you would have, I guess you would have a Shizuku in the EMZ, right? And then as many spells in the grave as you can. And your sets are like, you have one linkage in there. Definitely Lemnis Gate, linkage. And then I guess however many of these you can grab, right? And a multi-roll up. Right? So like you have multi-roll, you search Lemnis Gate and linkage if you can. And then the Shizuku gets you one Widow Anchor guaranteed. That's gonna get banished from the multi-roll, right? And then the you can have a, like if you have another search or draw, you have one of these two, right? This is your setup, right? Or I suppose it could be like a Called By if you drew it, or a Black Goat Laughs if you drew it, or a Droplet if you drew it, right? This is what you're aiming for, right? So, and so the way you use these disruptions, I suppose, the way you use these disruptions is you can linkage away the Shizuku into the second copy of Sky Striker A0, then you can use the Sky Striker A0 to pop a card and summon Ray and Rose. Right? Like that. So that's one pop with the linkage. Then you can use the Lemnis Gate to bounce one or two cards. You can tag out with Ray into... what do you tag out into at this point? I guess, let's say we tag out into Kaina. Stop something from attacking. Then we can Lemnis Gate link into Seek for a banish. And then we also have the Anchor to negate and take, likely, right? So that's the... You can also Kagari for follow-up instead of Kaina. I think that depends on the game state, right? That depends on the game state that you're in. So in an ideal world, this is what you're trying to do, I think. Which is, honestly, I will say, when I got to an end board like this one, I was winning my games. Like, this was good enough going first if I got to this state. And it is like, besides Droll and Lockbird, the deck is not that vulnerable to a lot of disruption, I feel like. I felt like most disruption was fine. To play through, like, I don't know, imperms or something like that. Do they run reasoning? I didn't run reasoning. No, I don't think. I mean, since if they know you're playing Sky Striker, you're never gonna hit with it. You just mill like a bunch of spells. So yeah, basically my thing is like, how do I get to this sort of end board more consistently? So these are like the second Rose alongside Desires is something I do want to try, even though I'm very I'm very scared to play Desires in this deck, because I think there's like no way you play... There's no way you can play all these Sky Striker spells in multiples. Like multi-roll, I've never seen multi-roll as more than a one-of. I've even seen decks without multi-roll. What about Cianos? Oh, I don't even have Cianos. What does Cianos do again? Hold up. Sky Striker Cianos. I don't think I have that. This card is treated as a Sky Striker card. You can discard a spell. Special summon this card from your hand. If this card is no longer special, you can special Rose from deck or grave. Also, you're locked into machines. They are they all machines in the extra deck? Yeah. All machines. Okay. No, yeah, okay. You can banish this card from your grave. Take one of your Sky Striker as Rose that's banished during your grave. Add it to your hand as special summon. You can only use each effect once per turn. Spell. It's used to add back Rose. I mean, it's also a one-card starter, right? It does make a one-card Sky Striker A0. You need Camellia for Cianos to be pretty sure. To be good, pretty sure. I mean... Oh, wait, no, it's not a Sky Striker Ace. Oh, it is a Sky Striker card, but it is not a Sky Striker Ace, so it cannot make zero. Yeah. Oh, okay, that sucks. Yeah, I don't think that's good then. So in the OCG, that's different because they can make Camellia with it. They can make Camellia with this to send engage and then make Kagari to add it back, so that works. For us, that's not possible, and it's basically just you can make a Azalea with it going second, but yeah. No, I don't think that's good enough. I don't think that's good enough for us. Oh, extra deck. By the way, I think extra deck because I guess they did us a favor by not releasing any of the stuff that we needed for this deck, or the imports, because the extra deck is like super not tight, right? So my extra deck was just like, I was running 2 zeros, 3 Kagaris, 1 Hayate, 1 Shizuku, never needed more than that. 1 Kaina. I even played 2 Zeeks, 1 Azalea, 1 Temperance, 1 SP, 1 Typhon, and that's 14. I think 3, 6, 8. Yeah, that's 14. That's 14. And you could even, I was playing a third zero, but I never needed it. But I guess you could, either a third zero or like an extra Hayate or a Shizuku. But like you never need more than that. You can play a dark. What's the point of dark? I guess with dark you can make Azalea easier. Dark also makes Temperance, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you ever need the third zero, to be fair. I don't think you need the third zero ever. And I also, even the second Zeke, I never needed it. But in my the theory I had for playing 2 Zeeks was the following. Okay, so in that end board that we made earlier, right? Let's say we end on Shizuku, Widow Anchor, Linkage, and Lemniscate, right? With a bunch of spells in the grave. On this end board, right? When you used Linkage into a 0, then the 0 tags out into Ray Rose. Then you use Lemniscate, right? Usually, to shuffle back some stuff. So the zeros are always back in your extra deck, right? The zeros just go back into your extra deck, no problem. But very often, after the Lemniscate hits the graveyard, you're going to use the Ray effect to summon whatever, right? Let's say you summon Kagari for follow-up, and then you banish Lemniscate to link into a Zeke to banish on the opponent's turn. That Zeke is not going to get recycled, right? That Zeke is summoned on your opponent's turn after you use Lemniscate, so you can't recycle that Zeke. And that's why I thought maybe a second Zeke would make sense on the follow-up turn. You have access to it, right? I think that makes sense. I think that's why I like 2 Zekes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna talk about the side deck later with Sky Striker Hamp or whatever it's called. I think you should play that for Lunalight. The problem is I don't have it. I don't think I have Hamp. So well, I'm just gonna hope no one's gonna play Lunalight today, because I don't think I can out the towers today at locals. Because I don't think I ordered a Sky Striker Hamp ahead of time. Did Temperance ever come up? Not really, but I think it's a fine option. I think there are use cases for it. You can play Goddess, doesn't work against the Lunalight. They just wipe your board and then you you lose beforehand. Yeah, so basically I think I want to make this deck more spell heavy. I'm gonna keep the Droll and Lockbirds in there with the crossout for it. This is gonna stay. I'm not sure about the Ash Blossoms, because while having crossout for Ash Blossom is nice, I felt like Ash Blossom didn't hit me super hard all the time. Like sometimes it was annoying if I only had one starter and they Ashed it, but for the most part I think Ash was fine. You could at least side the Ruma for the deck. Oh yeah, I did think about playing the Ruma Karma Cannons in side deck for Lunalight. I could do that, yeah. Salesman is a good breaker and possible anti-Droll card. Ooh. Salesman called Droll. when I'm going first. But when I'm going second, I just call whatever they have. I don't hate that. Where are my sales bands? Hold up. I have sales bands somewhere. I do not hate that idea. I know I have sales bands. Side deck in general, we were testing without a side deck on Sunday, just playing some game ones. Haven't really thought too much about the side deck. Where's my sales bands? Good thing I sorted my collection alphabetically, so I find my stuff very quickly now. Hog champion. I like the salesman idea. Okay, so you would be main decking salesman then, right? Because I mean, I guess it's fair to assume that everyone is main decking Droll and Lockbird, so you might as well play main deck salesman. The only problem is, I don't know if I would like to play Droll and Lockbird with salesman together, right? I feel like that doesn't make sense, because if I go first and I activate salesman calling Droll and Lockbird, I cannot Droll for the rest of the game, so I ruin my own cards in the deck. And the thing is, I draw a lot of cards, so I would be... Yeah, then I just don't play Droll, I think. I just cut Droll for more spell cards. Do you really think going second is not an option? Going second is definitely an option for this deck. But the way I look at it is, I think the thing I want to try first is going first, because I think in an ideal world, this deck goes first and is just solid going second. Like when you lose the dice roll, you want to just be fine, but you don't want to build. You don't want to force going second. At least that's how I feel about it at the moment. There you go. Okay, hold up. So if I cut these 7 cards here, and I add 3 salesman, what else do I add? Do I add Pot of Desires? I could also add the Hornet Drones to make it slightly more consistent. Should I play without Desires? Should I just play a second Goods, a second Field Spell? Second Goods, second Field Spell. Where's my second Goods? I lost track of it. Where did it go? There's one Goods. Oh, there's a second one. Are you only on... No, I'm on 3 droplets. Hold up. Let me sort this stuff real quick. Okay, so the only monsters then would be 3 Ray, 1 Rose. I'm fine with that. We're gonna be playing 2 Lemnis Gates, Shark Cannon, Linkage, Engage, Sky Striker. Here. Droplets. 2 Goods, 3 droplets. This. 2 thrust, 3 upstarts. Okay, hold up. So 3 Ray, 1 Rose. Then for striker spells, we do 3 engage, 3 anchor, 3 linkage, 2 lemniscate. 2 field spells, 1 shark cannon, 1 hornet drones. Yeah. And then generic spells, we got 3 sales band, 3 droplets, 3 upstart, 2 goods, 1 metal foes, 2 thrust, 1 talents, Terra, Rhoda, called by Black Goat. How many is that? 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 19, 20, 23, 25, 34, 38. Where do your roll go? Oh yeah, where's my multi-roll? 39. 39. 39. I like the look of this. I feel like this is way too many spells. I'm gonna ignore that comment. I'm gonna ignore that comment on a Sky Striker deck building stream. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy, Worka. You said that. Do I try an Eagle Booster? What about Drawbread? Yeah, they do play that in the OCG, but we don't have that yet, right? That's hold up. That is I've seen that in a couple of Sky Striker lists. If you have a monster in your grave, pay 200 life points, draw a card. Then if it's a monster, apply this effect based on its attribute. Different from the draw a card, same as the monster in the grave, discard a card. Yeah, it's just upstart, but it's like conditional and it's once per turn. So they play like 1 copy of it. Whatever. It's not even that good. It's just like, yeah. So it's not even that good. I don't know. I could see myself playing an Eagle Booster as card number 40, just to try it. Shaking game. Shaken game. Shaken game. Is shaken game legal in TCG? Yeah, right? At 1. Well, isn't that just perfect? I could play a shaking game. You know, draw 1, send it for linkage. Could even play set rotation. Full bamboo package. Okay, no, we're not gonna make a bamboo package happen right now. Hold up, let me search my chicken game. Dude, my sorting system is goated, by the way. For all the people that were here during the sorting stream who were wondering how I liked the alphabetic sorting, it's absolutely broken. The only annoying part of having the entire collection sorted alphabetically is the amount of effort it takes to sort your stuff back into it when you go to a tournament and you like take out a bunch of cards. You have to sort them back in, which sometimes I'm a little behind on it, and then the cards just lay around here. But it's very, very nice. Okay. You know, it's definitely a little copium, this list, but I think it could work. I think it could work. It's definitely more consistent than the one that I played on Sunday because it's just less hand traps and some more consistency cards. Like the Hornet Drones is back in, the second field spell is in, the chicken game is in, the Foolish Burial Goods can be an upstart goblin. So there's just like 4 more consistency cards. So I like that. And then we have more outs to Droll and Lockbird now because we went to sales ban. Make a spot for unsorted cards, then sort them when it gets full. Yeah, I thought about that. There's like let me see if I find it. Hold up. There's like a thing. I haven't figured out where to find it. There's like where to buy it. There's like things like this. Like a TCG sorting tray. I thought about getting that and just putting the cards in there. That's $40. Jesus Christ. Why is it that expensive? It's just a plastic thingy. But yeah, something like this I thought about getting. Just put the cards there that I need to sort back into the collection. Then when it's like a little too full, I just sort them in. You know, I thought about doing that. Well, it's yeah, maybe there's a cheaper one. That seems pretty expensive. You can get them way cheaper. I have a few. Yeah, if you have a, you can send me a link if you where you got them. I might look into it. Anyways, I like this main deck. I'll run it. I'll run this and report back how it went. Yeah. Okay. The only thing is, so extra deck, I'm just gonna run with the third 0, I think, for the extra deck. Whatever. So 3 zeros, 3 Kagaris, 1 Hayate, 1 Shizuku, 1 Kaina. I really like the alt arts, by the way, on the Sky Strikers. It just bothers me that Kaina does not have an alt art. It bothers me that Kaina does not have an alt art, so it feels like a very not matching set. Also because the rarities are all over the place. And then 2 Zeke, 1 Azalea, 1 Azalea Temperance, 1 SP Little Knight, and 1 Typhon. So the third the third 0 could be like a Dark Charmer or a Access Code. Maybe I'll do that. No Camellia. Yeah, no Camellia. I just don't think it's good, man. I think Camellia just doesn't, it's just not good. I would play it, but I just don't think it's good. Okay. Question. What the hell does this deck side deck at the moment? Because I feel like side decking Charmies is weird in this deck because it doesn't, like, I hate drawing into Charmies and you play so much draw power. Like, hand traps in general feel very weird for that reason. I'm gonna side deck Karma Cannons just in case someone plays Lunalight, because I don't have the Sky Striker. Actually, let me check. What's the exact name of the Sky Striker Hamp? I can check real quick if I have it. Sky Striker Hamp is Surgical Striker Hamp. Okay, so it would be under S. Yes. Conveniently, S is the largest pile out of all the piles. Oh god, Snake Eyes. SU. No, I don't have it. I don't have it. Yeah, I do not have the surgical ham Sky Striker. I could see playing like board breakers for certain matchups. Like I wouldn't be super opposed to playing these cards in here. I wouldn't be opposed to playing Dark Ruler for a certain matchup. Maybe Inscription. Is Inscription good? It's only start of the main phase, so it's like a terrible draw with Talent or Upstart or Engage. So that's why I don't like that, maybe. Evenly could be okay, but it's also a terrible top deck with... yeah. Maybe back row removal. Do we have outs? Yeah, I'm going to play Karma Cannons. I'm going to play Karma Cannons for just going first in general, maybe. But then also as an out to the Lunalight. Herald of the Abyss. Herald of the Abyss. Herald of the Abyss. But can't they just send a different card? Need to bait Hound. Yeah, I can Shark Cannon the Hound though, right? It's not that difficult. They also make 2. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna play 3 Karma Cannons because I don't have the Hamp, right? I mean, even then, the Hamp, 1 Hamp wouldn't even be enough, right? If they play multiples, because you can't recycle the Hamp, I think. Because actually, what does Lemnis Gate say? Is it Sky Striker Monsters or Sky Striker Ace? Ace, yeah. Lemnis Gate only recycles Sky Striker Ace, so you cannot thingy. They have 2 end spell trap negates. You can Lemnis Gate it back. No, yeah, well, I mean, you can return it from the field to the hand if they don't out it. But yeah, ideally you would play the Hamp, but I don't have it, so I can't play it. I'll play Duster Lightning Storm. So here's the thing, right? When I'm going second, what do I even take out? I probably keep in this. I definitely keep this. Going second, I could see siding out a Lemnis Gate. I could see siding out a Field Spell. Shark Cannon, depending on the matchup. Hornet Drones. Could theoretically side out Multi-Roll. Probably not going to side out Salesman, but could if it's terrible in a matchup. Droplet is probably going to stay for most matchups. I could side out Upstarts. They're not too important. Similar to these. These are going to stay going second. This is probably going to stay. This is probably going to stay. This is probably going to stay. The Black Goat goes out going second, right? So this is what we're working with that we could side out going second. But like, what I guess the problem, quote unquote, is that I'm not entirely sure what my game plan is for the matchups because I haven't played many different matchups with this deck yet. Like, what's the win con against, let's say, Mitsurugi Raizeel? Because I could see Dark Ruler No More being a really good card against Mitsurugi Raizeel, right? Because you just let him cook, let him make their board, and then you just go like, okay, I'll Dark Ruler you. Because you don't care too much about you don't care too much about the Murakumo Raigeki. You do care about the trap card. Inscription is really powerful if you open it, right? But if you draw into it, it's so bad. And this deck draws a lot of cards. I don't think I want Inscription. Don't they have the trap for Dark Ruler? Post side they could. Post side they could have it, yeah. But I think baiting the Omni Negate shouldn't be the most difficult part for this deck. Lancia? Lancia for Malice? Do you really think I need to hand trap Malice. Can't I break their board? I mean, I know it's difficult. That's probably better just Lancia. Board breaking Malice XDD. It's just that part of me just doesn't want to play hand traps in this deck because the deck draws so many cards. I guess a Lancia can still be good on the third turn of the game, but it's really difficult, I think, if I top deck Lancia. Need the new Raigeki spell that revives from their grave? Wait, what? Oh, that's not out yet. Yeah, okay. Ooh, is there a matchup where Magical Spring is good right now? I love that card. Probably not, right? Probably no matchup for it. I actually Lunalight, but that's not worth. I think Gordian Slicer would be possible. Not sure. Oh, we can probably side one of these for going second, depending on the matchup. I could see those having uses. Searchable ways to out stuff. That seems okay. Foolish Return. Yeah, the problem is I don't know if we can really play catch up like that against Malice. Like when you're trying to like Evenly is really strong. Evenly, maybe it is. Maybe I'll try Evenly. Maybe I'll try Evenly. Because Evenly, I feel like Evenly does align with my game plan for this deck, right? Because I'm trying to outgrind people. I'm not trying to OTK. And if I can evenly someone, then I think my chances of winning after are a lot higher. And I don't actually need the battle phase. I mean, the battle phase is a neat tool going second when you have Hayate to send engage and stuff, but it's not 100% necessary. So we'll do this. This is 11. So the thing is evenly has the same problem that you could draw it later on in the turn, right? Which sometimes sucks because sometimes you're going to start with, there are hands where going second, you start Ray into Hayate into attack, send engage and then add it back in main phase 2, and then your engage draws you evenly and it sucks. The same is true for Lightning Storm because you already have cards face up on the field. So like I'm a little iffy on those cards. The problem is if we don't side those cards because of those arguments, then it becomes really hard to find anything that's worth siding in this deck, right? Because there's just not many good cards that work in this sort of concept, which is a little annoying, right? There's not many power spells that are good board breakers that are also good when you draw them later, right? Like one of those cards that I'm already main decking is Forbidden Droplet, because Forbidden Droplet is like good in your opening hand, but also good going first, but it's also usable when you draw it later. Because if I break a board and then I activate engage and I draw a card and then I draw a droplet, that's fine. I can either negate more cards on their field or I can set it for the next turn. Which is why droplet is so good in this deck. This is a quality that these cards don't have. So that's why I'm a little iffy on them, but I'm like wondering what the alternative is. Because Inscription, same problem. Dark Ruler, same problem. I guess Cosmic Cyclone, but I don't think there's enough use cases for Cosmic Cyclone right now. Like, which decks is Cosmic Cyclone even good against? Especially going second. Salesman is already in my main deck. For Droll and Lockbird. The Varudra spell? Nah. Not this one, no. Metaltronus? No. Book of Eclipse. Change of Heart, Mind Control, Gordian Slicer. Gordian Slicer at least is start of main phase 1 or start of main phase 2. So like if I draw Gordian Slicer later, I can still go battle phase, then go main phase 2, then activate Gordian Slicer. The problem is I think it's really, really hard for this deck to bounce more than one card. Do you have extra deck space for Ultimate Slayer? I could probably fit 1, 2, maybe 3 cards in the extra deck. Third Thrust? I don't hate the idea of siding a Third Thrust. That I could do. Third Thrust. Super Poly, Aggregator, Bucephalus, Garura, and you're good with Slayer? I mean, I could play Slayer. I could play Slayer with the new rank 5 as well instead of Aggregator, right? Like Slayer with Bucephalus, Garura, and Aggregator. Not Aggregator, the new Psychic dude. It's an option. Maybe it is Slayers. Because Slayers you can still draw later. So Ultimate Slayer. Aggregator is better to negate cross. I mean, but you spin the detonator, right? You can play Perfume Dancer as a Slayer target to out the tower. Hold up. Luna Light Perfume Dancer. You can banish this card from your grave. This turn, all monsters your opponent controls lose attack equal to their own defense. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay, and the towers is not unaffected by this. You know what's really annoying? I didn't pull any Perfume Dancers, so I actually don't have any yet. In my entire box and sneak peeks, I didn't pull a single Perfume. I could probably find a Perfume Dancer, though. For 4 locals. How much defense does the tower have? I think it has enough. Liger Dancer. Lunalight Liger Dancer has... yeah, 3,500. 3,500 defense. So you can like... you can... It goes to 300. Dude, it's cool because... hold up. So that means you can just... if this card is sent to the grave, you can send a Beast Warrior or Winged Beast from your extra deck to the graveyard. So you can Ultimate Slayer the SP Little Knight, right? And then just send this for Bucephalus. So you out the SP, and then you make both of the towers like 300 attack. Right? But what if they summon the Ligers in defense? Then we are cooked. If they do that, this does not work at all. Because then they are just 3,500 defense. Then we lose. I think the best plan for this deck is the Ruma Karma Cannon, because this deck can out the I mean, I would, in an ideal world in this deck, I would play the Kaiju, the Hamp, but I don't have it. But in this deck, you can banish the spell Trap Negate with Shark Cannon, and then you can just Karma Cannon. The Ruma can be dodged with SP, yeah, but like you just Widow Anchor it or something. Not that big of a deal. Six, 7, 10. 10, 12. I'm not sure how I feel about evenly matched. Perulia. I don't like Charmies in this deck. Because Charmies are good in your opening hand, but then you draw into them on your turn and they just suck. Because this deck draws so many cards in an ideal world. Don't you think people let you go first after siding? I guess that is an argument for some of these cards. Like I don't want to side like all of this in the same matchup, right? Like I don't want to side too much of this. I think this deck now with the new support is like good enough going first that people should not be sending you first most of the time, like because ultimately if you hit an average hand with this deck, it's still pretty good at going first, even if I put in like Ultimate Slayers or something, right? So but that is a good point. It is a good point. You don't want to be siding too many board breakers and then all of a sudden your opponent just says, yeah, you go first. And then like half of your hand sucks. But yeah. So this would be 12 cards. So I would have room for one more playset. I'm wondering which matchup I haven't covered. I've covered going first pretty well because I can even side in the Karma Cannons when I go first. Against most matchups, they're pretty good. And I don't have many cards in my deck that I even have to take out when I go first. I don't even think there's any card that is just for going first. No. Just for going second, I mean. Like, there's nothing I have to side out when I go first. You could argue Droplet is probably the worst card in the deck when you're going first, so you can take that out. But going first is, like, not a big problem. Prohibition to have 6 rollouts? No, I don't think that's good because that doesn't go to the graveyard. Like Salesban is at least a spell in your grave, right? I was thinking for a second earlier. I know, hear me out. I know it's cringe, but I was thinking about playing this. Because it is also a droll, like they can't droll you after this, and your deck functions pretty well. The only thing is, I mean, your Ray gets banished, which is a little annoying. But you could theoretically do this, but then also your Lemnis Gate doesn't work under this, so I'm not a huge fan of that idea. Clockwork Knight? What's the idea behind Clockwork Knight? Can't you out defissure with linkage? I mean, yeah, but then what's the point of it? If I out my own defissure with linkage, then I don't feel like it does serve a purpose. Just to get your combo started? I mean, yeah, but so it's just a Droll and Lockbird answer. Like, I just activate it, do some searches, and then send it away. That does not feel worth it to me. I feel like you would rather just play it because your deck doesn't care that much, and then there's other decks that completely get destroyed by it. You can side Book of Eclipse. I mean, Book of Eclipse is also not bad against Ryzeal, right? And Book of Eclipse... Don't hate Book of Eclipse. Can Prayers tribute a face down Murakumo? Mitsurugi Prayers. I think it can, but it's been a while. When you activate, you can tribute a reptile from hand or... Yeah, you can. Okay. Then Book of Eclipse is not great against the Mitsu part. But you do out the detonator unless they have Eclipse Twins under it. Nah, I don't think this is good enough. Maybe I'll just do Lanceas. Maybe I'll just do 3 Lanceas for Malice. Just for good measure. Because this is 12. This is 12. And then I have 3 Lanceas in there as well. I don't know where my Lanceas are. So for Malice, I have Lancea plus whatever board breakers I want to side. For Ryzeal, I go with Ultimate Slayer. I have something for Luna Light. I guess Ultimate Slayer is also fine against Vanquish Soul because hitting the rock with it is not bad. The only thing that I'm wondering is if I should try evenly matched. Because even though I don't really believe in it, it would be an interesting thing to test. Vanquish Soul is this deck's hardest matchup, even though it's the only way to calm them down. To be fair, I don't know if anyone is going to play Vanquish Soul at the locals I'm going to today. But maybe I'll try evenly. Maybe I'll try evenly instead of Lightning Storm. Or instead of Lancea. Because Lancea is just for Malice. And I guess Crystron, but... yeah. I might try evenly. I'll just later, I'll decide for 15 out of these 18. I'll see about it. I like my main deck. I like the main deck for today. I mean, it's the first attempt at a side deck, so it's fine if it's not perfect, since it's just locals testing. I think the main deck's pretty cool. We'll see how it goes. Which is ultimately, I mean, that's the point of going to locals, right? It doesn't have to be all perfect. As long as the theory behind it is sound, which I think it's fine, then we'll just see how it goes and draw conclusions from that. So this side deck currently is 18, and the extra deck is going to depend a little bit on whether I decide to play the Slayers or not, which I'm leaning towards yes. So the side deck is going to be 2-0, 3 Kagari, 1 Hayate, 1 Shizuku, 1 Kaina, 1 Zeke, 1 Azalea, Temperance, SP, iPhone 3, 6, 9. That's 13. So if I want 3 Slayer targets, which is the one that I cut? Is it Temperance? Is it Temperance? It might sound crazy, but is it really, now that Lemniscate is out, is it really 3 Kagaris? I did think about that a couple of times, and I know most people do play 3. I feel like there's a world where you can play 2. It feels crazy to say that even, but I think it's doable with 2. with Lemniscate, because it's like it's such a long time until you run out of Kagaris, and Lemniscate, one Lemniscate recycles them all, right? Because Lemniscate, you don't have to target different names. Like you can target 2 Kagaris with Lemniscate, and then you have them back again. Like, I don't know if you really need 3. Because realistically, when you use Kagari on the first turn, you set up 1 Lemniscate already. So the first Kagari that goes to your graveyard, you always recycle already. So you basically always have the third one, even if you only play 2. Maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try to see if it's possible just to get away with 2. Maybe I'll do some limit testing and cut a Kagari instead of cutting utility. Because I have made 3 Kagaris with this deck on the weekend, for sure. I did do that. But I feel like I could have found a way to work with 2. Was there no rank 4 worth running? I guess you could run a Baguska, and sometimes going second, just go 0, no effect, tribute, summon the 2 level 4s, make Baguska or something. The only one I can think of is Baguska. That would make it worth it. Everything else I don't think is worth it, no. Exiton maybe. Yeah, sure. Maybe Exiton. But yeah. That is stuff that you can only really do if you don't play Ultimate Slayer, because then you have some more room. Can you run Duo Drive? Funnily enough, I've seen a video, I think it was by Frozen Card Gaming. They were playing Mitsurugi Sky Striker, and the plan was to go, like, if you go 0, you have 2 options. Either you just use the effect to search engage, or you tribute it to summon 2 level 4s and make King of the Pharaoh Imps. So the idea was that Rei can either be engage or full Mitsurugi combo, which I thought was pretty interesting. But maybe there is a world where you experiment and take this deck into a different direction, because this is a much more standard approach, or classic approach rather. This is like 2018/2019 Sky Striker, but like reimagined for today's format, right? So I think there is other stuff that you can do with these cards, which is cool. But I want to try this first. Does anyone know where to find that video? I can link you real quick. Hold up. Let me find it. Because I know what channel it was on. I can just send you the link. Hold up. Frozen Card Gaming. So it's this channel, and it was this, or this. Yeah. I watched this video. This is the deck profile for it, I think, but this was the combo explanation. I'll link you the combo explanation, and you can just yeah. There you go. Link is in chat. I saw that over the weekend at some point. I thought it was interesting. It's like it just showcases a couple of different routes you can take these new cards, which is cool. Yeah. Okay. I think we're set for locals. I'm just gonna decide the last card for the side deck, I guess, or rather I have to take out 3 cards from the side deck. I will decide that later, just before I go, I think. But I'm looking forward to it. I just think this deck is very fun. I did have a lot of fun playing it over the course of the weekend already. I also had a blast playing Vanquish Soul, I will say. Currently, the chances that I'm going to play Vanquish Soul at Euros are very high. The Vanquish Soul stonks are rising, definitely. I had so much fun playing Vanquish Soul. That deck, and like fun as in the deck was fun, but it was also strong. So I did like Vanquish Soul. But I also liked Sky Striker. It just felt like Vanquish Soul was the stronger one between the two. But that's why I want to give Sky Striker another chance today to see if there's anything here. If we maybe optimize the deck a little bit more. Do you think Sue prices will go up? I don't know. It's like 30, I think it's 30 euros right now. And that's already pretty expensive for an ultra rare. On the other hand, the set is, in terms of value, not that good, right? There's not that many hits in it at the moment, even though I will say, I think the set is getting better over time at the moment, because some of the ultras and some of the secrets are creeping up in price a little bit. Like, I think the Archmage stuff is climbing a little bit because people are expecting them to be good eventually. And like Holy Sue is going up, and some other stuff. I think the Lunalight secret rare is also not cheap. So like there's like a world where some of that stuff is getting slightly more expensive, and then the set is fine. On the bright side, the Starlight of Trapaholic is 30. I haven't gotten them yet because I genuinely felt like they would drop more, because I feel like no one really cares for that card except for me and some other Paleo soldiers. So yeah, no, I haven't gotten any Starlights from the set. Like I just went for the normal rarities. That's good enough for me. But yeah, Vanquish Soul was very fun over the course of the weekend. Like, to the point where I said this before, I think like last week or something, I'm willing to play Vanquish Soul at Euros, even if it doesn't turn out to be the best deck. Like, if it's like, as long as it's like, let's say top 3, like let's say it's behind Mitsurugi and Malice, but it can't compete, that's good enough for me. Like, I just love that deck. It's so fun. So I'm gonna play it if it doesn't turn out to be like bad before K9. Yeah. Okay. What was next? Do you guys want to do the Droll Debate first, or do you guys want to do the Q&A first for NWCQ and EUWCQ? Because I don't really care. We got both of those things lined up. Droll Debate. I think Droll Debate is a good idea because for the Q&A, there was also a lot of people from NA that have submitted questions, and it might be a little bit too early for some of them still to check in. So maybe we can do the Droll Debate first. So hold up. I just don't know exactly how I'm going to do this visually. Because what I have done, or basically, let's talk about why we're doing this today first. So I did want to talk about Droll and Lockbird, because I feel like Droll and Lockbird is a very controversial card, and it comes up every now and then when I talk about the game and the format, especially in TCG at the moment. I feel like Droll and Lockbird is one of the most discussed cards. And the reason, or the thing that triggered me wanting to do a more in-depth discussion on this card was that I uploaded a video last week that was a quote-unquote ban list discussion / ban list prediction or whatever. And I just noticed that a lot of people in the comments were talking about Droll and Lockbird naturally. And I read through all the comments, and I think during the ban list discussion, I mentioned, of course, I mentioned Droll and Lockbird, and I said that I was not really sure on what to do with Droll and Lockbird, because I feel like everyone agrees at the moment that Droll and Lockbird is a very, very powerful card, and that it is also not a very well-designed card. I think that is a ground that we all share, or I mean, most of us share. I think no one, even the people that don't want Droll and Lockbird to be banned, because those exist, even those people, I think for the most part, they agree that Droll and Lockbird is very powerful and Droll and Lockbird is not very fun. I think that's the baseline of the argument here. Everyone agrees on that. But and I'm not saying this is exactly how I view it as well, but I think one of the main concerns for people that are not sure that if they want Droll and Lockbird banned, or like people like myself who I feel like I see the pros and cons, and that's why I'm not certain. Like, some people definitely want Droll to stay in the game. Some people definitely want it banned. Some people are like somewhere in the middle, which is where I would say I'm myself. Like, I don't like Droll and Lockbird, but I feel like Droll and Lockbird does prevent some really crazy things from happening, and that's why some people argue Droll is needed. However, that's not even really what I want to like discuss today. That's not the main point of the discussion. We can talk about that a little bit later as well, but something I thought was really interesting was that during the ban list discussion, I mentioned that I would be happy if they banned the Droll and Lockbird and maybe replaced it with another card that has like a similar purpose of punishing decks that search like excessively or trying to do something really crazy, but just isn't as toxic of a card like Droll and Lockbird. And that's the reason why I wanted to talk about this today, because I noticed that a lot of people in the comments really liked that idea, and a lot of them left comments saying like, what if we replace Droll with this? What if we replace Droll with that? Right? They made suggestions of like how a new and more balanced version of Droll and Lockbird could look like, and that's what I want to talk about, because I think there was another comment on the YouTube video that I didn't screenshot, I think, but I thought it was bringing up a very good point, because that argument of yeah, you can just tell a format is bad when Droll and Lockbird is being played, and Droll and Lockbird is a necessary evil because it prevents the craziest stuff from happening and it really punishes the crazy decks. That maybe used to be true, but I feel like nowadays Droll and Lockbird even hits the fair decks way too hard. Like, we just built a Sky Striker deck for locals. That deck is not doing anything unfair. Still, Droll and Lockbird destroys it. And there's a lot of other examples like this. Like, even the mid-range decks do a lot of searching in Yu-Gi-Oh! These days. Like, I don't know, even Blue Eyes. You know, there's some Blue Eyes hands that need to search like 3 times. Like, you open Sage, Lordly Load, Wishes, or something. Like, Droll and Lockbird destroys you. And you don't get your field spell because your Link 1 searches the field spell and stuff like that. And that's just like on the mid-range deck, right? And so I feel like this argument of Droll and Lockbird only punishes like the crazy decks in the format has not really aged well. Because even the fair decks these days do not really have a great like time playing against Droll and Lockbird, which is why I think it's time to reconsider that card altogether, right? So this is why I am so torn when it comes to Droll and Lockbird. I don't know what the best solution is, because I see the potential for certain decks to really go out of line when Droll and Lockbird is banned. But then again, there were some people in the comments saying, fuck it, like if we ban Droll and there's a deck that turns out to be problematic because of it, then we hit that next. Like, then we just rip off the band-aid, Droll and Lockbird gets banned, and if there is a couple of decks that become a problem, then we deal with those next. And honestly, I can see that too. I wouldn't be opposed to that. You know, like if we ban Droll now and then the next 2 or 3 months, there's a certain deck that comes up and just destroys everyone, then that's going to be miserable, but then we can ban that, and then, you know, then Droll is gone. And I think that would be cool as well. But today we want to discuss, or I don't know how long this is going to take. There's a couple of suggestions, and I thought it was interesting. So instead of like going through the YouTube and answering all of the comments individually, I wanted to bring them up today, and we just go take a look. The thing is, I've screenshotted the comments. I just don't know how good this is going to look visually if I pull them up on screen like this, because people did leave. I cut out their names just in case people didn't want their names to be up on screen. Let me go down a little bit so you guys can read the thingy. Yeah. It's not going to look too hot, but I guess it's going to do as a visual. So we're going to go through different people's suggestions on what Droll and Lockbird could look like if it was more healthy. So here is the first suggestion. What if Droll and Lockbird exists that only locks only during the current phase? This forces people to go to battle phase or main phase 2 or end phase to their combo. Against the player turn 1, it blows them up and makes going second better. This was the first suggestion, that Droll and Lockbird only works until the end of the current phase. So if you do it in, if you have Droll and Lockbird and you're going first, you cannot really droll your opponent as effectively because your opponent has more phases when they're going second. I mean, this is arguably a much healthier version of Droll and Lockbird, because it essentially makes it so that the card doesn't lose much of its power when you're going second. Like, the player going second can basically still use Droll and Lockbird to its full potential. But the player that's going first, if you have a Droll and Lockbird behind your board, your opponent does a search in main phase 1, and then they droll you, and then you go battle phase, you attack something, you go main phase 2, you can keep searching. I don't think that is a bad suggestion. I still think, funnily enough, even with this, let's say they errata it to do this, I still think it's too powerful of a card. I think that is my issue with this suggestion, is that Droll and Lockbird still is too powerful of a card with this change. Which is funny, because it's a much weaker Droll version, and I do see where you're coming from, and I like the idea, but it's still too good, which probably says a lot about the power of Droll and Lockbird at the moment. Like, isn't it crazy that the card is so good that even a weaker version of it is still considered too powerful? Yeah. This feels like making the problem just slightly smaller, because it still skips basically the entire turn for the player going first when they're trying to do a lot of searches, right? Like, going second, Droll and Lockbird is still the same power level as before, pretty much. With the only difference that you can search in the end phase. Like, let's say you have like a Magnamood, for example. The Magnamood could still search when you're going first. But other than that, it's pretty much the same card for going second. And the player going first, like skipping main phase 1, basically forcing your opponent into the battle phase with Droll and Lockbird, is still really valuable, I think. But still, I thought that was a good suggestion that was worth talking about. Next up, we have another way to address Droll and Lockbird, and this is, would being a lingering effect till the end of the next turn for Droll be more fair? This is an interesting one, because this basically gives it the shifter treatment, right? It basically makes it last for 2 turns. And I will say, while you might think that is interesting, here's a couple of things, right? It would kill it for some decks going second, right? This is basically the same thing as with Shifter, where not every deck can play it, because if your deck is bad under Shifter, if you Shifter your opponent, you're going to have your next turn under Shifter as well, so that's not great. So going second, Droll and Lockbird becomes a bad card in a lot of decks now, which is good. But then it does not remove the card from the game, it just limits the amount of decks that can play it. Because if your deck doesn't search a lot, for example, let's say Malice, right? Malice could still use Droll and Lockbird, because then I guess, okay, yeah, you're sure, no Red Ransom next turn, no Chessy Cat next turn. But if Droll and Lockbird is really strong against a certain deck, it might still be worth it in a certain deck. So it's still, the card still exists. It's like Shifter. It still exists. It's just not every deck can play it. And then here's another thing. Do you know how broken this makes Droll and Lockbird as an out to a Mo Charmy? Like, if you get Charmied and you droll yourself on your turn, but it also drolls your opponent for the next turn, that's insane. Like, I feel like this is a little bit of an oversight in this suggestion in particular, because when you're going second, okay, that's a good compromise. You know, not every deck can play it now. But when you're going first and your opponent Charmies or whatever, and then you droll and then you combo and your opponent is under droll still on the next turn, I think that's what ultimately kills this suggestion for me. I think this is why I don't think this works. Because this makes Droll weaker going second and stronger going first, which I think is the opposite of what you're trying to do, if anything, right? Like, Droll and Lockbird should be better for the player going second and not better for the player going first. Yeah. All right, next up, we have a long one, but quite the interesting one, if I remember correctly. So this one is, What about something like Nibiru, but for searching? I feel like with Droll, part of the issue is they just test the waters on the first action, then do whatever they want. Whereas if they had to respect it for the whole turn, it would actually force people to play different by default. For example, if your opponent has added at least 2 cards from their deck to the hand this turn, except by drawing, quick effect, based on the number of cards they have added, apply the following effects in sequence. If they've added 2 cards, you draw 1 card. 3 cards, you can target a card your opponent controls, negate its effects this turn. 4 cards, this card and its effects cannot be negated. 5 cards, if you control no cards, add a card from your deck to your hand. 6 cards, you can shuffle a card on the field into the deck. 7 cards, if you control no cards, it becomes the end phase. So this chatter has, I think, had the most interesting suggestion. And I don't know if I agree with the exact layout of these effects, right? But I do like the idea here, right? I do like the idea because I think the first sentence here is actually true with Droll and Lockbird, right? Because with Droll and Lockbird, I feel like one really annoying part of the card is that it doesn't really change people's behavior, people's combos, right? Because Nibiru, I think, is the perfect comparison here, because Nibiru affects the way people combo even if you don't have it in hand, right? Like, ever since they printed Nibiru, people have to be aware of Nibiru in the game for their turn, and they play their combos differently. They design their combos differently to be solid under Nibiru in a lot of decks. And like, it is something where up until very late into the turn, you still don't know if your opponent has the Nibiru or not. So you have to adjust your playstyle when you're playing a combo deck, right? And this affects people even when you don't have a Nibiru in your hand. They might go for a weaker combo because Nibiru could exist, right? With Droll and Lockbird, it's basically the opposite, because Droll and Lockbird in 99% of the cases is just dropped immediately, right? Like, you activate 1 card that adds another card or draws a card, and then you look at your opponent, they look at you, and then if they have Droll, it's activated here. If they don't have it, then they don't activate it, and then you know you're free to do whatever you want for the rest of the turn in terms of searching, right? So the idea of a card that becomes stronger and stronger the more your opponent adds or searches is really interesting to me. Because it makes your opponent consider, like, okay, I have searched 2 times so far. If I search a 3rd time, then my opponent could use this card for a slightly better effect, and this could be detrimental. So I'm gonna have to think about, do I make the 3rd search or do I make the 4th search? Like, can I combo with only 3 searches without risking the 4th search, and so on and so forth, right? So I think that's an interesting solution. So basically, I like the idea of the card. I don't think I agree with the exact suggestions of this here. Like, you know? For example, I would argue that you should probably already start at 1 card. Like, when your opponent has added 1 card from their deck to their hand, you can already do something. However, I think there's one big thing about this card that I really, really don't like, is that you can ash it. But actually, you know what? Actually, no, you kind of cooked, because you said if they added 4 cards, this card and its effects cannot be negated, which is really cool, because that means if your opponent searched too often, they can't ash it anymore. Nah, I think this cooks. I think this is a good solution. This is my favorite solution so far, I think. Like, this might even go my own solution, and I think someone else has also made this comment, is that you there's the other solution is make a Charmy that is like shared right, which I think is cool. But I think this might even be better than that. The wording might not be perfect on this. Like, this is not PSCT perfect wording, you know, but the idea behind it is really sound. And we can probably argue, okay, how would I do this if how would I do this if I were to design it? I don't know if I would have to go all the way up to 7. Let's okay, hold up. Let's make one. Let's make our own version of this. Get flashbanged. Droll, but it's more like nib. Okay, so this is its name. And it's like is it only during the opponent's turn? Or should you be able to do it on your own turn? I feel like there's no reason not to be able to use it on your own turn, because your opponent is not going to be like your opponent is not going to add crazy amounts on your turn. So it's like at max, it's like draw one or something, you know? Anyways, quick effect. You can discard this card. How would it be worded? Apply the following effects in sequence depending on how many cards your opponent has added from their deck to their hand this turn. Something like that. If applicable. Oh yeah. Apply the following effects in sequence, if applicable, depending on how many cards your opponent has added from their deck to their hand this turn. Should we add except by drawing? Okay, except by drawing, sure. Make it a little bit weaker. Except by drawing also does not work against Runic Fountain based. So we start at 1, and then draw 1 card. I think that's simple. If your opponent has added a card this turn, this is Upstart Goblin, sure. 2, make it useless against Malice. Yeah, I don't know if now that you say that, I don't know if I agree with the except by drawing. If it's applied in sequence, is it still ashable? Yeah, see, that's the thing about this suggestion that I'm not sure about how this works. Like, I think you would have to put that into a different sentence. I think it would have to be like also like it would have to be like here. Or like if your opponent, hold up, no, that's if your opponent has added 3 or more cards from their deck to their hand this turn, this card's effect and activation cannot be negated. Right? Something like this. I think this is what it would have to say. If you control no cards, it cannot be negated. I don't hate that either. If you control no cards, sure. If you control no cards, this card's effect and activation cannot be negated. I think that'd be fine. So which effects here do I like? The problem is, at which point does it become too powerful? Because I feel like we shouldn't be punishing like people that add 2 cards from their deck to their hand like crazy. Right? Oh yeah, it's once per turn, of course. Card once per turn. You need to make it unusable going first. We need to make it worse going first, for sure, but not unusable. My take is that cards that are completely unusable going first kind of suck in card design. Like, I think a card should be weaker going first, but not be completely dead. Because if you want these cards to make Yu-Gi-Oh! Better, you want to be able to main deck them. But main decking cards that are completely dead going first, but completely broken going second is a very high variance and high frustration design. Like main decking cards like Evenly, Charmies, and stuff like that. Dark Ruler, like it sets you up for frustration. Because you draw those cards going first, it sucks ass. like it achieves the goal of making going second better, but it still is a frustrating way of doing so. I much prefer making a card that is solid going first, but better going second. Like Forbidden Droplet is a much better designed card. Oh yeah. Okay, so we make the first one weaker. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck and put them back in any order. And then the second one is draw 1 card. And then the third one is... what else did you have? Target a card your opponent controls, negate its effects until the end of this turn. I don't hate this one. I don't hate this one. Oh no, it can't target though, right? Which would make it even better. But like this effect can't target because of how it's worded, right? Because we're in resolution. So negate the effects of 1 face-up card your opponent controls until the end of the turn. I don't like the add any card from your deck to your hand. This feels very broken, right? Destroy 1 card on the field. I feel like if we put destroy a card on the field at number 4, I think it's way too powerful. Because I feel like 4 searches. Basically, the question is how many searches is an unhealthy amount of searches? Right? Because if my opponent does a normal amount of searches, right? Like if they, let's say you guys are saying 4. If 4 is the normal amount of searches, then the card should not be look at the top 3, draw 1, negate, and pop. Like if that's the 4, I feel like this one, I feel like the 3 needs to be weaker. I feel like the 4 needs to be negate, and the 5 needs to be destroy 1 card on the field. Maybe. Or maybe even later. I think the 3 needs to be kind of whatever. I feel like the third one, has to be like kind of, I don't know what. Maybe this one, okay, hold up. I think we need to make it draw 1, then discard 1 card. I think this is already too strong. Then shuffle 1 random card from their hand. Ooh. But after the 3rd search already? No shot. There's no way we get a random hand rip at 3. That's way too powerful and way too early. What about just look at their hand? Sure. I think this is a not super broken effect that is very underrated. How about it's 1, 2, 4, 6? I think we can mess around with the numbers a little bit. I'm just collecting ideas of what it could do. I feel like we could also make bigger steps at certain points. Like we don't have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or whatever. We can do 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 or something to make the steps bigger at a certain point, right? We can go 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 or something at a certain point to balance it more. The question is, The question is, if we give this card like solid effects all across the board, does it really have to have like a huge punishing effect like here? 7 cards, if you control no cards, it becomes the end phase. Like, do we need a hard punish like this? I feel like we don't. Because I think if your opponent just adds so many cards and we get all of these effects, like the card already does enough. Dude, someone said at 7 your opponent gives you head. That's funny. Like the Unity thing, but instead of shaking your hand, never mind. Let's move on. You can shuffle 1 card on the field into the deck. I like this one. I like a removal, but we have destroy 1 card on the field. We have destroy 1 card on the field. I feel like this does enough. Genuinely. Actually, it can't... Banish a card from the graveyard, I think, is something we could add on it. I think banishing a card from the graveyard, especially when you do it relatively late, is not crazy, but you can like remove a follow-up card or something. Maybe instead of this. Banish 1 card from your opponent's graveyard. Maybe negate until the end of next turn. The thing is, I think we have to be careful. I think we have to be careful to not make this card too busted, because then, like, it's meant to be a good card, but it's not meant to be this, like, the power level of Droll. Make it Droll after 5 ads. You know, the thing is, like, yeah, sure, we could do that. I don't actually hate that idea, because I think there's a big difference if you Droll after 1 or if you Droll after 5. Because I think if you Droll your opponent at some point, it actually has some skill to it, right? Because let's say there's this card in the format that says after 5 or 6 searches, you can't search anymore. Then hold up. You know what I like? I like putting the Droll effect somewhere in the middle, right? Because then, hear me out, let me cook. So let's say the 4 effect is hand add until the end of the turn. Let's say the 4 effect is this, right? Just as an example. This would make this card interesting for both players, right? Because the player going first has to, like, they have to make their you get 4 searches, right? You get 4 searches before your opponent can Droll you. So you get to decide, okay, which are the most important searches in my deck, right? And we said earlier, 4 searches is a healthy amount of searches. So after your opponent searches 4 times, you can stop him for the rest of the turn, which lets your opponent, there's like a lot of skill involved in making your first 3 or 4 searches that are the most important ones, right? But for the player who has this card in their hand as well, it adds another layer of skill, because you're like, okay, do I use it now to stop my opponent immediately from searching more, or do I let him keep going to get the pop or whatever else we put after, right? Because if you decide to Droll them as early as possible with this card, right, like after 4, you are never going to get to 5. You're never going to get the removal. You have to decide as the player going second. You have to be like, okay, do I allow 1 more search in exchange for the pop, or do I stop them here? So there's skill expression in that, right? Like you gotta be like, okay, how many more searches do I allow, or do I stop them right now? I think that's interesting, and it's the other way around for the player going first. They have to make the important searches first. They have to make the important searches first to play around getting rolled early. I think that's cool. And I think for that reason, this one, how many searches do you guys think is fair to give to have before you get locked? Like, at how many searches could we put this effect? I feel like it could be at 3. I feel like if you get 3 searches, because we also said except by drawing, right? The draws don't count. This does not even count draws at this stage, right? This is like, have you ever like drolled someone after search 3? Do you know how bad that feels? Like, let's say your opponent, like, you draw a card for some reason on your opponent's turn, and you draw like droll in the middle of the turn, like how bad it feels most of the time. I feel like it could be at 3. I'm putting it at 3. And then we put 2 more effects after it. To have the skill expression of, do I allow 2 extra searches? I feel like this is neither player can add cards from the deck to their hand until the end of the turn. 4 and 5 should be powerful. Yeah, it should be. Except by drawing. Make it a little bit weaker. Allow Runic Fountain. Send. Oh, banish. Still bad against Malice. I'm not going to make it face down. No. I'm not making it face down. Banish face down is a toxic mechanic. I don't care. I know it's bad against Malice, but banish face down is not a healthy mechanic. Don't. Shuffle back. That I could live with because then the resource is not lost. Return 1 card on the field to the deck. That I can live with. I can live with flipping face down, even though that doesn't work on link monsters. After the opponent adds 2, they can add 1 more and then they're locked. You know, you could word this effect differently. You could word this effect as your opponent can only add 1 more card from their deck to their hand for the rest of this turn. 4 feels too weak. I think this card is now at a state where I'm pretty happy with it. The only difference is this one could also be negate the effects of 1 face-up card your opponent controls until the end of next turn. Your opponent controls until the end of next turn. End of the next turn. Yeah, I think it's one of these 2. 4 was good as 3, but it got promoted. So the thing is, like, yeah. Maybe it's too weak. Because I'm thinking about it, I guess I'm comparing it to Droll and Lockbird, which is not a fair comparison. It's not a good comparison either. I mean, it's the most logical comparison because we're trying to replace Droll and Lockbird. So, like, it's supposed to be weaker. But it still needs to be good enough to impact, like, I'd put this in my deck. I think that means it's good enough. I mean, I would probably put it in my deck too, but I feel like it's slightly on the weaker side. Because the problem is, in order to get the ones that are really impacting the board, I think that's the problem that we've made so far. That what the issue that I have so far with this card is, like, in order to get to the ones that actually affect the board, we need to let the opponent cook for an incredibly long amount of time, right? I think in order to get to 4 and 5, the opponent gets to cook like maybe a little bit too much. The 1 effect seems so bad. I mean, that's because you get the 1 basically for free. Like every deck does this, right? Like every deck gives you these 2 basically. Pretty much, right? Maybe we don't accept drawing. Because why would we accept drawing? Realistically. Because Runic Fountain? Because of Charmies? I mean, but like, okay, look. If we do this, do you really think this is too powerful of a Charmy counter? Because your opponent has drawn 3 cards at this point. If you're using this as a Charmy counter now, it's like, okay, they draw 3 cards and then you discard a card that you do draw a card for it. But like, you know, I feel like we do have to exclude the normal draw, except during the draw phase. Or except the... I don't want to exclude the entire draw phase, because then I think it has too much counterplay. Which, Droll having counterplay is good. This card having counterplay is not that good for its design. Except the normal draw during the draw phase. That's how it would be worded, right? Or, yeah, or we just go... added cards from their deck to their hand by card effect. Yeah, that works. By card effect. That works. Yeah. You can ash this. Well, not if you're going second, right? That's the idea. You can ash it going second, but you can't ash it going first. Or other way around. No, yes. Yeah. Right, that's the idea. I think that's... Do you think that's a fair solution? Or should it... Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Weaker with Bestials? Sure. It's an out to itself? Yes. But if you're going first and your opponent uses this on you, they just draw 1 card. And then the player going first has this card in their hand, and the only effect they get is this. Right? I have a hard time putting my finger on, is this card too powerful or is it too weak? Or is it maybe just fine? Let's take a game state. Okay, do a Ryzeal combo. Right? Like, what if my opponent goes special summon X Ryzeal? They add Sword Ryzeal. They special Sword Ryzeal, they add Ice Ryzeal. They go, that's 2 searches. They normal summon Ice, special Star, or no, they make, I don't know the best sequencing right now in Mitsu Ryzeal. But like, let's say, okay, they go X, special Sword, add, they special Duo Drive. Duo Drive adds, that is number 3 and 4, right? They add Cross and Node. They go activate Cross, normal summon Ice. You would probably normal summon Ice with Star Ryzeal. It depends on your deck, but whatever, dude. Let's just ignore Nib right now. Let's just go like, okay, normal summon Ice, special whatever. Make Detonator so the Cross is live. that was already 4 searches, right? That is so much. They still get to do so much under this card is the thing, right? So after they've done all of this, we get to look at the top 3, draw 1. They are now drolled, and we can do one of these 2. I don't know which one I would do. So they lose the cross draw, and it's like, okay. I think it might be too weak. I think it might be too weak. I think 4 needs to be better. I think you need a better reason. I think you need a better reason to let your opponent, like, to keep them going, right? After the 3rd one. Maybe the 4th one needs to be the 5th one. Or like destroy 1 card on the field. Something like that. Make 4 Trishula. Okay, calm down, all right? We don't want to blow up the opponent completely, dude. Trishula. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you listening to yourself? What the fuck? And bro's like, okay, dude, no more Droll. Also banish 1 from field, hand, and graveyard. Holy shit. Calm down, dude. Dude, make this one VFD, this one Trishula, and this one Abyss Dweller. This one, we make it Harpy's Featherstorm, and this one is Exodia. Jesus Christ. I think now it's kind of cooking. I think now it's kind of cooking. Genuinely. I think right now, my problem with this card. Okay, I wanna my problem with this card right now is that I feel like it is completely balanced when you're going second. I think it might still be a little bit too strong when you're going first, because I'm looking at it from the perspective of, I have a board, I make a board, I have this card in my hand, my opponent starts playing into my board, I let him cook a little bit, and then I just use this to go, you're now drolled, I draw a new card, I destroy a card, I return a card. The thing is, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. I don't want this card to not be usable at all when you're going first. Like, I want to make it weaker when I'm going first, but I don't want to make it completely dead. And that is the reason for this. I said it earlier, but, and let me know if you agree with this, please. But I don't like when cards are completely dead going first. Like, the Charmies are somewhat frustrating to me because, yes, they help the player going second, and yes, they achieve somewhat, they are a solution to the problem of Max C behind the board and stuff like that. Like, it makes sense, but like, it's weird because I don't want them to be completely unusable, because in order to quote unquote fix the game, I mean, fix is the wrong word, but in order to have an impact on the game, the cards needs to be main deckable. Because I'm tired of cards like Dark Ruler, I'm tired of cards like Evenly Matched that are only like, oh, side decking silver bullets for a certain matchup to auto win after siding. I think that's cringe. I think cards should be balanced more around the main deck and not so much about like specifically for going second. And like Charmies are, it's good that you can't Charmy your opponent when you go first, but I think in an ideal world, Charmies should be a little bit weaker, but also usable when you're going first, because I think it's so frustrating to be forced to play Fuvalos in your deck because it's the only way to win going second, which tells you a lot about the format. But in an ideal world, you wouldn't want to main deck those cards. In an ideal world, these cards should not be in your main deck because they are not meant to be, if they're not meant to be that. Stop making bullshit Omni Negates if you don't like Dark Ruler. You act like I make the Omni Negates, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. Those cards should also not exist, but don't act like I'm making those. I'm just saying, in an ideal world, a card like Dark Ruler is not completely dead going first, so that you can put it into your main deck. Like, that's a completely different argument. I'm not mad that Dark Ruler exists. I'm just not a fan of the design on cards like that. That's my point. Like, I think it's frustrating. I think a card like Dark Ruler could have been such a good card for the game and could have really incentivized people to play less combo heavy decks if it was main deckable. But of course, you can't make a card like Dark Ruler a quick play spell because that's immediately too strong. But I want cards, basically, I want more cards that are generically good main deckable cards, so they have uses for going first, but they benefit the player going second more. That's what I want more for Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And so I'm trying to make this card, but right now I feel like it is pretty good going second. I think going second, this is balanced. I think going first, it's a little bit too strong. Because it's kind of like the Nib situation, where Nibiru these days is like, not even that broken going second, but when you have Nib behind the board, it becomes impossible to break. Because you play into your opponent's board, and all of a sudden they nib you afterwards, and it's cooked, right? And I think this is kind of what this card does too. And so I want to make it weaker going first. How do we make it weaker going first? Like, how do we, maybe do we adjust the numbers when we're going first? Like, maybe we say, I don't know, dude. Maybe we add if you control no cards to more of these. Like, maybe we say if you control no cards, destroy one card on the field. And then the fifth one you can have. You can have one removal if your opponent goes crazy going second, but you can't have both. And you only get the later one. Maybe this is fine. Two. No, I think this is fine. I think genuinely, I think you guys underestimate how bad Droll and Lockbird would be if you could only activate it after the third search. Like, being drolled after search 3 is so shit compared after search 1, I think. I genuinely think this is not a big deal. Increase the searches required equal to the cards you control. I mean, at that point, it becomes completely unusable. Bro, if my opponent has to search 4 times or 5 times, if I have 4 cards on the board, my opponent searches 5 times, I get to look at the top 3, like, that's garbage. How about if you control a card, your opponent can discard 1 card to negate this effect. Otherwise, this card's effect and activation cannot be negated. Ooh. Ooh, maybe you cooked. So at least you get value going first, right? Like it's not going to be the same card. It's more like Murakumo, right? It's more like the Murakumo effect, where it's like, okay, if your opponent has one card left over in their hand that they don't need, you can use this and force them to discard it, but it's their choice. Ooh, you know what? I think you're cooked. I think, do we remove this one then? Do we remove the if you control no cards from this one? Because otherwise, I feel like if your opponent can negate it, then we don't have to do that. This, and so, hold up, how did you word it? I think your wording was good. If you control a card, your opponent can discard one card from their hand to negate this effect. Otherwise, this card's effect and activation cannot. Is this correct, PSCT? I don't know. I feel like it's close. If you control a card, your opponent can discard one card from their hand to negate this effect. Otherwise, this card's effect and activation cannot be negated. Quick effect, you can discard this card, apply the following effects in sequence, if applicable, depending on how many cards your opponent has added from their deck to their hand by card effect this turn. 1, look at the top 3 cards of your deck, put them back in any order. 2, draw a card. 3, neither player can add cards from the deck to their hand until the end of the turn. 4, destroy one card on the field. 5, return one card on the field to the deck. I think we cooked. Yeah, 5+. Sure. This card looks really weak. I don't think it does. I really don't think it does. I think if you look at it from the perspective of you're playing, let's say you're playing against the crazy combo deck, okay? Let's say you're playing against a crazy combo deck that searches a lot. You have 2 options. And that's why I like the skill expression on this card, because you can use it after 3 searches and just say, okay, no more adding for the rest of the turn, stop right here, right? What if your opponent adds Minstrel? Bro, then Minstrel is a problem card. What do you want me to say? Yes, Minstrel beats this card because Minstrel is toxic. But that has nothing to do with the design on this card. Like, I'm not going to design it specifically to beat Minstrel, because Minstrel is a problem. Anyways, if you're playing against a deck that tries to search a lot, you can decide to use this after 3 cards. And after 3 cards, you still stop your opponent for the rest of the turn. Your opponent cannot negate it. So that means they are definitely drolled after 3 searches. And the droll was not even -1 because you get to look at the top 3 and draw a card. So weak is not what this card is against combo decks, right? Like against combo decks, this is pretty strong. But you have the option as the player who's playing this card, you have the option to let them keep going, right? You can be like, okay, add 1 more time, add 2 more times. I'm just going to use this like later on, maybe against some decks, you're even going to be like, okay, I'm never going to use this early. Like, I'm just going to let them full combo. I'm going to let them make the full board. And just at the end of the turn, I'll be like, effect, draw 1, and remove 2 of your endboard pieces. Right? You have that option. You can wait until the very end. You don't have to do it early. You can let him full combo and never use this effect actually, and just go for these 2. And I think that's what makes it cool. I think it's neat. Depends on the endboard they're building. Yeah, sometimes you might use it earlier, sometimes you might use it later, but I think it's fair. I think if anything, it's maybe slightly too strong, even, but it's definitely a lot healthier than Droll. at that point it's not really doing Droll's job. It does do Droll's job, because Droll's job is not to stop the opponent from searching. Droll's job is to stop crazy combo decks, and this does that. If your opponent is playing a combo deck that searches 5+ times, maybe this one is just 6. Maybe search number 5 is free. Maybe search 5 is free. I think this is a, because I think like this. Okay. How many ads, basically, how many searches need to never get, like, to not get punished, right? I feel like if a deck does 3 searches and then is okay after, like, 3 searches I think is still a lot for a lot of decks that are like, I think this card should be able to out towers. No, this card is not supposed to do everything you could want from any one hand trap in Yu-Gi-Oh. Or Mermail is chump change. Yeah, but that's because of Minstrel being an unhealthy card. I'm not going to design a hand trap around Minstrel's existence, because then the card has to be... In order to make a card that beats Minstrel, it has to be a cringe lingering effect that you can use super early. That's the only way to do it. That's the only way to solve Minstrel, is for it to be lingering at the start of the turn. Because Minstrel is like the second thing they do. How about we make this and ban Minstrel? There you go. That's a solution. Because Minstrel is toxic. I'm not going to design a card around Minstrel. But yeah, I think we cooked. I think now we cooked. We made the really powerful removal effect 6+. So there's a little gap between 4 and 6. Because I think that's fair. I think it was slightly too strong at 5. I think the fact that you get number 5 for free now, the 5th search is free basically, I think is okay. So this is basically like, if you're playing a combo deck, you really have to decide, is it worth going over 5 searches? Which is a lot. If you're deciding to go over 5 searches, that's a lot of searches. Everyone would throw it at 4? Yeah, but at 4, it's a really good card, I think. It's a really good card, but it doesn't stop you from playing completely, because at this point, you've done 4 searches. How bad can it be to get drolled after 4 searches? Come on. Like, with some proper sequencing, surely 4 searches is fine. Like, after you've done 4 searches, your opponent gets to draw 1 card and pop 1 card. How bad is that? Come on. Because if you compare that for Droll, let's compare this to Droll, okay? Instead of your opponent getting 4 searches, with Droll and Lockbird, your opponent only gets 1. So they lose 3 cards. They lose 3 cards compared to this card, right? Like, because if you look at it this way, if your opponent gets 4 searches instead of 1, they have 3 extra cards, right? So in exchange for those 3 extra cards that you have, as opposed to with Droll and Lockbird, you get 1 extra card instead of your opponent, and you get to pop 1 card on the field. So I think even if you compare it to Droll and Lockbird, it's pretty clear that it's weaker. This card destroys White Forest, but it's not as good against White Forest as Droll and Lockbird, because you still got 4 ads, or 3 ads, depending on when they use it. Hold up. As a White Forest player, I would take this over Droll 100 out of 100 times. I think so too. I think playing against this card seems a lot more skill testing and a lot more interesting than playing against Droll and Lockbird. Because there's going to be a lot of decks that could call it a day after 3. They could be like, if this card is very popular in the format, you could just be like, okay, you know what? I'll stop after 3 so that you don't get the removal effect. You can do your little pot of duality, right? Look at the top 3, draw 1 card. That's fine. But I'll just call it a day after 3 searches and just make my board and pass, so you can't pop anything. And that's just good gameplay. No, that's fine. That's goal achieved for this card, right? Because my opponent has made a weaker board now, which I can probably play into, but it hasn't stopped them from playing completely. And I can still use this in the end phase to get a little bit of a better hand and a better situation for playing into it. But I'm not printing card advantage like with the Mole Charmies. I'm not playing a card that can only be used going second. I can still use it when I go first, but it's not that crazy because my opponent can just negate it. And it's just a lot stronger against combo decks that don't have the option to stop, right? Like it's yeah. No, it is hard. It is hard once per turn. I said it up there, but you can only use this the effect of Droll, but it's more like Nib once per turn. Cinema. I think we cooked. Name pending. I think we cooked. And honestly, I think the initial suggestion by this commenter was already a pretty interesting idea. I think this one is bonkers though, right? It's like 2 cards, draw 1 card. 3, target a card, negate effects. This card's and effects cannot be negated. 5, if you control no card, add any card from your deck to your hand. 6, you can shuffle a card on the field into the deck. 7, if you control no cards, it becomes the end phase. I think this one is a little powerful. This one is a little bit too powerful. But yeah, I think this one's cool. But there was more actually. I did not even plan to spend this much time on it. I just thought it was an interesting interesting suggestion. So this one was the next one. They could create a new Droll that you can activate as Droll. So after the first draw, also in draw phase. So basically the same activation condition like Droll and Lockbird, but it works like it also works in draw phase. But instead of stopping searches, each time the opponent adds a card, they must immediately put a card back from their hand to the bottom of the deck. So you can still search, but you have to, like, instead of getting a plus from your search, you have to lose another card from your hand. Like, if there's a really important search you have to make, you have to sacrifice another card. How is that? It's basically Droll. It's not basically Droll. It's not basically Droll because you have, for each individual search, you have the option, is this important enough to me so that I sacrifice a card for it, or do I stop? So it's basically, this is a much weaker version of Droll and Lockbird because the option is on your opponent. It might still be too strong. I prefer Droll. What? How do you prefer Droll? This is just weaker Droll in all instances. Like, if you want to, as the player, this can just be Droll for you. Because you don't have to add anything. You can just be like, okay, I just won't add anymore, and then you can basically treat it like Droll. I think you would always prefer to get hit with this one over the original Droll. It makes combo decks stronger. They can now search the cards they drew. I mean, but they still have to give up other cards for it. I honestly think this card might be this card I don't think is that good. I think you guys overestimate this card because of how powerful Droll and Lockbird is at the moment. And I think basically this is a lingering effect like Droll and Lockbird, but weaker than Droll and Lockbird, which is not great design. I think like a lingering effect is weird. I much prefer the one we did before this one, but I think there's an argument to be made that this card is not even strong enough. Because I think it leaves a lot of control for your opponent, right? They can always be like, okay, this search is important to me, so I'm gonna make it. I'm just gonna sacrifice another card for it. This search is not that important, so I'm not gonna make it. What if Droll draws you a card every time your opponent special summons a monster? Yeah, that might be. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something with that one. Next one. Oh yeah, this is the classic. This is the one that I've also made at some point. I said this at some, I don't know. How about a Charmy Droll that draws you cards for each card your opponent adds? This is like the classic suggestion. The shared ride Mole Charmy. I think this is a good suggestion as well. It's much simpler than this one. And therefore, I think it has less skill expression from the players. But I think this card is also basically. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. However, I don't like that you can't use it at all when you go first. Because I mean, I've said this a couple of times about the Charmies. I don't like this when the card is completely dead going first. So I'm not the biggest fan of Mole Charmies in that regard. I still think that this Charmy would be fine. I think this Charmy would be fine. Okay, there was a very simple solution here, which is the Droll situation is easy to fix. Just ban it and reprint a Droll that cannot be used going first. Which is essentially saying Droll and Lockbird is completely fine if you just slap if you control no cards on it. Pretty much. To which I say it would probably be a lot healthier, but it would still be the same effect, and the effect is not fun. So like, yeah, you know, you can only do it when you're going second, which is true, and that makes it less bad of a thing. It's not like the player can set up a board and then Droll you, which is good. At the same time, I still think I just think there's better solutions, basically, right? I think there's better solutions than this one, which doesn't make this necessarily a bad solution, but it is not my preferred solution. A Droll that burns 2,000 for each search. You know what? It's like a card like that, if it does significant burn damage, could actually be interesting, you know? Like, let's say a card that does enough burn damage to the point where your opponent actually has to consider how many times they search, right? Like I don't know, what would how? Okay, here's the thing. The card effect is you discard it, and then every time your opponent, or like each time your opponent adds a card from their deck to their hand this turn, they take X damage. What does X have to do? How much is X? For it to see play. Outside of timeout, of course. Quick effect. This card. And then, of course, card once per turn. What's the number that people play this card? 800? I think you're crazy if you think this card sees play at 800. I think at 800, no one bats an eye at this card. I think no one even considers touching this card. I think this card is pack filler crazy if it's 800 damage. Because, bro, I can in the extreme scenario, I can search 9 times before I'm in danger of dying, and like, no, 800 is not the number. The number, I would argue, the number is at least I think it has to be like 8,000. I think should be divisible by the number, so that you maybe not, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe 1,600. I would consider it, because then if they do 5 searches, they're dead. And then if they do 4 searches, they have 1,600 life points left, and then I can maybe win easier. Maybe 1,600 is the number for me. Because what if it's 1,200? You can search 7 times at 1,200. Make it 500, but double the damage every draw. So it's 500, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000. Nah, that kills you way too quickly. I mean, it's also 5. It's also 5. Right? Because it's 500, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, and then you're dead at number 5. Do we give it Droll's activation condition so they can search one for free? You could, but then I would make it 1,600 or 2,000. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I think this one just seems less fun than this one. To me personally. Like, this one probably also works and is probably healthier than Droll and Lockbird by a lot. But this one is more like, this one's more fun. Because this one has like weird applications when there's 15 minutes left on the clock, and I don't know, like it has some interesting stuff to it. Like, you have to think about how many searches you make, how much damage you want to take, and stuff like that. But it's just like, this one's more cringe than this one. I think the first one is much preferred over that. All right, next. I think that's the last one. Like a Droll that lets the opponent search a limited amount of times. Like, until the end of the turn, you can only add 1 spell, 1 trap, and 1 monster from deck to the hand. I think limiting the amount of searches like this is also not the worst idea. Like, because I think Droll is just, the reason why Droll is so toxic is because it comes down so early and it just says no more, right? Like 0. Like, you just have to stop now. I don't care what you have in your hand. I don't care that you drew 3 cards that search something. You just can't do it at all. And I think this is, of course, healthier than Droll, but I just want to get away from a lingering effect if possible. So, like, I feel like a lot of these effects have been, or a lot of these suggestions have been lingering effects that were fairer than Droll, because let's be honest, it's not hard to make a card that's fairer than Droll, because Droll is pretty annoying. But yeah, this one, This one is fine, I guess. Anytime I'm drolled, I wish I could make even just one more search knowing it's the last one I get. Yeah, I think it's like, if you would do this and then you can still search a total of 3 times if you have a searchable trap. Realistically, that's the thing with this suggestion. For most decks, it's 2 searches, right? Not 3, because the trap card search is not real for most decks. You could search 1 monster and 1 spell. So the question, I guess, for this one is, does it have the same activation condition as Droll and Lockbird? Like, do you have to wait for 1 search to do this? And so it's a total of 3? Like, let's say they make their first search, and then you're like, okay, after this first search, you get 1 more monster, 1 more spell, 1 more trap. Or can you activate this, like, immediately? Right? This doesn't stop drawing as well? Yeah, it does not stop drawing. 1 more, 4 in total sounds fair. The thing is, 4, I would agree with you when you say 4 searches in total sounds fair. But the thing you have to realize is you're making 4 searches and your opponent has just discarded a card, right? You have to take that into consideration too. Like, you are able to search 4 cards from your deck to your hand, and your opponent is playing with 1 less card because they had to have this card, which discarded itself, right? And that's why I was such a big fan of this one that replaced itself, because I think that's one of the most frustrating things about Droll and Lockbird is that it's just like, it's such a hit or miss card because it goes -1 and it sometimes feels like it does everything and sometimes it feels like it does nothing. And that's, I think, annoying. We want more stuff that lets us just make half boards. I mean, I would argue that Yu-Gi-Oh with half boards is the most fun way to play Yu-Gi-Oh these days, right? Like, I think there's a lot of games where you either don't get to play or you do everything, and those games are usually not interesting. I think the most interesting games of Yu-Gi-Oh are being played when half boards are being made, which ultimately they should just make more archetypes that make weaker boards that are kind of like half boards. But in the current state of Yu-Gi-Oh, a lot of the best games are being played when you stop them from making the full board, but you don't stop them from playing completely, and they are forced to make like the half boards, you know, like the, I don't know, the detonator pass or the IP plus something pass or the Murakumo plus IP pass, or those kind of, you name it, right? You name the deck and you're like, you can name the half board, right? And those are usually the most fun games. And it's not fun when it's like you either do nothing or you do everything. Justice Hunters gives us a lot of decks with weaker end boards but better consistency and grind. Yeah, that's why I'm such a big fan of Justice Hunters in theory. We're gonna have to see how it plays out, but like the Draco Tail, Yummy, and K9 seem to do exactly that more often, which is also why I was so fond of the new Archmage cards, because the Archmage just seems like a more fair deck, and I want to embrace that sort of design, and I want to move away from the decks that make such broken end boards more. But yeah, anyways, that was the Droll and Lockbird discussion I wanted to have, because I think ultimately, first of all, thank you to everyone who left these comments under the YouTube video. I really appreciated it, and I had a lot of fun reading these and looking for these. And I hope you guys enjoyed this discussion a little bit as well. And I think as a conclusion to this entire thing, I feel like, or at least I hope that we can all agree that Droll and Lockbird is a very powerful Yu-Gi-Oh card and that it is not that fun to play against. Also for fair decks, right? Like, yes, it counters some really unfair decks, but it is also not very fun for some fair decks. And I feel like a replacement for Droll and Lockbird is necessary, because I think that's the only way you can balance both sides of the argument, because both sides of the arguments have a point here. Droll and Lockbird is toxic and Droll and Lockbird is not fun, but Droll and Lockbird also in some ways is necessary. And so I think getting rid of Droll and Lockbird, but giving us a replacement, I think that's the solution. That's the only way I can think of how you can basically give us both, right? Like give us something like Droll and Lockbird, but then get rid of the card that is so annoying and so toxic. I hope that is something that people can agree on, at least, even though I know, you know, when it comes to these kind of things, a lot of people like to disagree with each other, but I feel like that'd be something we could agree on. And then, of course, there's more potential suggestions for what kind of replacement card you would make for Droll and Lockbird, but I feel like we've discussed some very interesting ones. Droll is TCG's Max C right now. It feels like that with the level of controversy around Droll and Lockbird. It is kind of like that. Yeah. Don't forget the YouTube outro. I don't know if this one's gonna make it onto YouTube. It's genuinely been something I just wanted to yap about on stream. It might just go on the Plus channel. But I just thought it was interesting because I was looking through the comments yesterday and I read these and I was like, why not discuss these on stream? All right, next up, we're going to do something that I have announced yesterday, and that is we're going to be doing some NAWCQ/EUWCQ prep. Where I let people on my Discord server submit questions for the current format if they want any last-minute help for the NAWCQ, or I guess some not-so last-minute help for the EUWCQ, because that's just in 2 weeks. And so we have a bunch of comments here that we're going to go through now and just yap about the TCG a little bit. The first submission is not even a question. The first submission is this. No, fuck Cyberslob, ban right now. You can't just link, climb through every hand trap. Oh my god, yes. When have I ever done this? What led you to believe? Wait, Farfa made this? Oh god, that explains why it makes no sense. Okay, never mind. I'm not surprised anymore. Yeah, okay, sure. That does check out. Okay. Next up, we have an actual question. Which Charmy is the best to main deck right now? I think if you have room for just one Charmy, it is absolutely Mole Charmy Fuvalos in the current format. I think Fuvalos is the one that for each individual deck, you can probably name one that is more impactful than Fuva, but Fuva is the one that hits all decks across the board evenly, right? Like, yes, against Malice, maybe Meowls is better. Yes, against like Ryziel stuff, maybe Perulia is better. But for the most part, like against all kinds of decks, Fuva has applications, right? And this is TCG related, by the way. This is not Master Duel, but like in Master Duel, the answer is the same. Also in Master Duel, Fuva is the best one. Next question: is the Rescue Ace package worth it in Vanquish Soul? I'm playing it. My Vanquish Soul list is not super developed yet, but my impression of the deck is that you want to play non-engine that has the right attributes, and I think Fire is by far the hardest attribute to fulfill in Vanquish Soul, because you have Raisin, you have Jiaolong, you have Ash Blossom, and then it's really thin as to what Fire options you can play. And so I think the Rescue Ace package just is the next best thing. And even in some games where you might not be able to resolve it, or you draw the Fire attacker, at least it has the most important attribute to you. That's my theory behind it. That's why I was playing it in my list over the course of the weekend when I tested it. And I think it's fine. And then, of course, there's the bonus that you can draw into Holy Sue when you're going second, which is really important in the deck. So I like it. I don't think it's mandatory, but I think in theory it makes a lot of sense. And when playing it so far, I think it's good. When will you win a YCS with Paleo is the next question. That timeline already happened. That's in 2017. Next question, actual question. What's the best way to prepare your mental for a long 2-day event? Ooh, okay. I suppose that's a deep question. What's the best way to prepare your mental for a long 2-day event? I mean, I think the first thing that comes to mind is like you have to find the right balance between caring enough about the tournament so that you prepare well and you have a chance to do well because you prepped accordingly, but you also don't want to care too much in the sense I definitely experienced this where people put a lot too much weight on individual events and they go in way too hard and I don't know, they're way too excited or I mean, it's nothing wrong with being excited, but way too nervous, I suppose. And they, because I think that sets you up for frustration too much, right? Like when you, because like if you care way too much about a certain tournament and then you sit down and you lose round 1, I feel like that's way more devastating. But it can just happen, and the tournament isn't over when you lose the first round. So I think in some ways, I think it's always important to be aware that you might not do well and to be okay with that possibility, because sometimes it is just not your day. Basically, it all goes under having realistic expectations, because I think if you have realistic expectations, you have the best chances of doing well while also still being able to handle when you don't do well. And the other thing is just like if you just about like, because you said long 2-day event, it's always I like to take it one round at a time. I like to not focus on, oh my god, there's like so many rounds left until the event is over, or like I don't know, when you're X2 after round 6, you're like, oh no, now I have to win, like if I want to win this tournament, I have to win like 12 rounds in a row. So the chances are so small. I think it's just take one round at a time. As long as you're still in the tournament, just give it your best and focus on the next round or the current round. And outside of that, just have fun. Take care of your health by having food prepared, drink enough water, and hang out with your friends, and then you're gonna have a good time regardless. So yeah. Next up. Do you believe that Pure Vanquish Soul, a lot of Vanquish Soul questions, based chatters. Do you believe that Pure Vanquish Soul has enough playable attribute spreads to have the math work out for starters while having useful non-engine? Wondering, since a lot of the impactful non-engines is Charmies, Droll, Nip, and are all non-Vanquish Soul attribute typed. This is an interesting question for Vanquish Soul, because Vanquish Soul, like in a format where currently the approach for every deck going second in order to win is to just use Charmies and Droll, right? Every single deck does this at the moment. It plays a bunch of Charmies and it plays a bunch of Drolls and just runs with it, you know? And I think Vanquish Soul is weird because I don't think that works in Vanquish Soul. Like I think in Vanquish Soul, you just have to take it from a completely different direction and try to win games in a different way than other decks are doing it, which ultimately might end up with the deck being not good enough. Which is possible because, like, for example, I think Droll and Lockbird is a weird card in Vanquish Soul because in my opinion, the biggest reason to play Vanquish Soul and the main way to win going second with Vanquish Soul is drawing Holy Sue. Holy Sue is the card in Vanquish Soul when you're going second. Like, when you have Holy Sue and a Vanquish Soul with the right attributes in hand, Vanquish Soul Holy Sue is the best hand trap and gives you the best chances going second. So I really like leaning into that with Vanquish Soul, which also means you don't want to Droll yourself, because Drolling early in Vanquish Soul ruins everything. Whether you're going first or going second, right? Like when you go first and you Droll early, you limit a lot of the things that you can do on your opponent's turn as well. So I think it's kind of bad to play Droll in Vanquish Soul. I don't play it at the moment. I think Charmies are fine in the deck, because Charmies, because they draw extra cards when you're going second, they don't actually have their attribute, right? Like whether Fuvalos is wind or water or earth or dark or fire doesn't matter, because it's going to be in your grave anyways, and you're going to draw extra cards with it. So it's just like deck thinning and giving you more attributes. So I think Charmies are completely fine when you're going second with the deck. I think the problem with Charmies in the main deck for Vanquish Soul is that if you draw them going first, they are terrible. Because Vanquish Soul needs all the attributes to function in the long run, right? Vanquish Soul needs all the attributes when you're going first. So like having one or two dead Charmies in your hand, I think it's kind of cringe. So currently, my last version of Vanquish Soul only had Fuva. Not playing Droll sounds terrifying. Yeah, a little bit. At the same time, it's like your deck just wins in a different way. Which is also not unrealistic, I think. But yes, if the format is too Charmy and Droll centric, like if you think, or if you make the experience that you cannot win going second without those cards, then Vanquish Soul might not be the deck for the current format. But I still think it could be. I still think there's other ways to win games with Vanquish Soul, because the engine I think is really strong with Holy Sue. So I'm still going to be trying it more. Because I think it's not unrealistic to win a game going second with Holy Sue, for example. Like if your opponent is playing Malice and you open Holy Sue, you could cook them with just that one card if you have the right attributes. And then you can play other cards like, I don't know, Phantasme or the Rescue Aces to draw you more cards to give you a higher chance of having Holy Sue with the right attribute. And so I think it's fine. And then the thing is still, we're only talking game one, right? Because the only reason not to play Charmies in Vanquish Soul is main deck, right? In game one, you might not want the Charmies when you're going first. When you side deck, the Charmies are one of the best cards in Vanquish Soul. Like, playing side decking 6 or 9 Charmies in Vanquish Soul sounds terrifying for the opponent. Like, if you get it's probably the best deck to Charmy someone. Because every card you give Vanquish Soul under a Charmy is so scary. Like, they might just cook you like crazy if you give them one too many cards. If that one card you give them is the Holy Sue or the attribute they were missing for the Holy Sue, is like crazy. So I think it's fine. I think Vanquish Soul has enough good cards to still play. The thing is, like, I'm coping on it a little bit, because I think this deck is very fun and I really want to make it work. But I currently believe it's possible, yeah. Next question. What do you think about my cat, Riley? Okay, chat. What do we think of Riley? Where is it? I think he's cute. I think he's a cute cat. But I would have said that to any cat, to be fair. I like all cats. But yes, very cute. Next question. Opinion on Morganite stun for the NWCQ/EWCQ. Okay, let's give him a real answer. Besides the fact that, of course, I can tell you now that stun is cringe, but I'm sure you heard that a lot so far. How good is stun at the moment? Let's think about that for a second. Is stun a good deck? Going second, I feel like your chances right now are very slim. Which probably makes it not good. I mean, going first is stun, right? You just win going first, but going second you don't. How well are people's side decks equipped for stun at the moment? Not really, right? People don't really side deck much for stun, do they? Like, there's not that much. I feel like there's some Lightning Storm and Duster, but not very common. People are mostly on Charmies and Droll and all that. I don't know. That's main deck too. Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst deck you can play, but I also don't think it has the best chances of doing well. Hey Josh, what do you recommend when it comes to nerves and maintaining composure in a big event, not letting your emotions get the better of you and ruining your tournament run? I feel like we've talked about that already. I think it's most important to have realistic expectations, know what you're capable of, focus on one round at a time, and also really focus on having a good time at tournaments. Like, I think it's so important for your mental to hang out with friends in between rounds, or maybe even like instead of spending all Friday being nervous and tweaking your deck list for like the 1000th time, maybe spend the Friday playing like a public event or something. Like, you know, just have fun overall, because that's ultimately what's going to make it worth it if you don't do well, because you can't do well at every single event. And the events that you really only focus on doing well and then you don't do well, there's like, it's just so much of a better time if you had fun along the way. Next up, what do you believe Blue Eyes players will have to focus on in order to be successful at the NWCQ? It's a deck with a solid game plan, good overall ratios, and largely intact through Charmies and Droll. It feels as if it's lacking though in some way, and I'm curious as how you would improve the baseline builds. I'm gonna be honest with you. This might sound like a lazy answer, but I genuinely don't think Blue Eyes needs much fixing at the moment. I think Blue Eyes is a deck that, like, it's very transparent. Like, what you see is what you get, right? Like, you've mentioned all the things, right? Like, you get a solid deck with a solid game plan into Charmies and Droll, but you do have a fair amount of bricks in your deck that you're trying to avoid, but there's no way around that. And you are also playing a deck that cannot break boards super well. So if your opponent gets to full combo going second, then you can't do much about that. The problem is, I think if you are trying to change those things, then you are losing the other advantages. Like, let's say you try to give Blue Eyes a higher ceiling by playing some other engine or whatever. All of a sudden, your deck is going to be weaker into Charmies or Drolls, right? So I think Blue Eyes is pretty established and pretty solved and pretty fine the way it is. I think it's proven that it can do well. I think the difference maker, unfortunately for Blue Eyes, is that a lot of it is variance related as to if you do well or not. I think that is just something you have to be okay with, right? Like, I think if you play Blue Eyes at an event, you put a lot of emphasis on going first is important for Blue Eyes because it doesn't break boards well. So every round you win the dice roll, you are a lot more likely to win than the ones where you have to go second, at least against the meta decks. And you are also at the mercy of drawing your bricks, because a lot of hands, like, the quality of Blue Eyes hands goes from, like, I don't know, the scale of the quality of Blue Eyes hands is so large. Like, you get some really low quality hands with True Light, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Roar, all that stuff. And then you have all the hands that have none of that. Like a hand like, you have like Droll and Lockbird, Ash Blossom, Dominus Purge, Ether Barrel, Sage or something. Like, that is such a high quality hand, right? But I don't think there's a solution to this. It's just sometimes certain decks just can't do certain things. And it's important to understand that, because I think if you could solve all those problems for Blue Eyes, then it would be the best deck in the game by far. But it is not that. I don't think you can make it that. Yeah, okay. Thoughts on Fiendsmith, Millennium, Kashira, Mitsurugi, Nemesis, Snake Eye as a pick for the WCQ? Oh, this question is from someone, this is from Bronas. Well, I guess you can do it, Bronas, because you don't care about the WCQ if you're qualified for Master Duel Worlds, I suppose. So if you're just coming there to just hang out and play something fun, I know you like all those cards, so sure, just run it. Next question. One thing I've noticed in testing is that Lunalight can play through Charmies except Meowls. With that in mind, do you think Ash is cuttable from the deck? This is something that I cannot answer it specifically for Lunalight, because I haven't played Lunalight enough. I don't know how good Lunalight lines are under Fuvalos and Purulia. But in general, in the current format, I would say the answer to your question is yes. If your deck does not care about Charmies, Ash Blossom is not mandatory. It doesn't say it's bad. I'm not saying Ash is bad. You can still play Ash. It is a decent card at the moment. And any deck that cares about Charmies wants to play Ash for sure. But as an example, I did not play Ash Blossom at French Nationals in my main deck in Pure Mitsurugi, because Pure Mitsurugi doesn't care about Fuva, doesn't care about Perulia, and I decided it was not good enough to main deck it. I side decked it because I think it was a very flexible side deck card, but I don't think it is a mandatory main deck. So yes, you can cut it. I'm not sure if you should, but you can. Yeah. Next up, what are your thoughts on Crystron for NA and WCQ? I think Crystron is in a very weird spot right now. This goes for TCG and Master Duel, by the way. I think Crystron is... I wouldn't advise anyone to play Crystron, unfortunately, even though I think it's a very cool deck. I think the unfortunate situation, similar as to Master Duel, is the fact that people are playing Lancea to target Malice, and it's a very good card against Crystron. And I think that's basically making Crystron a lot less attractive for me. And I think you're going to have a lot of those games where you just get Lancea. That is Lancea. I feel like it's double frustrating when you're playing Crystron, because you know the Lancea is not in your opponent's deck to counter you. The Lancea is in there because they're afraid of Malice, and it just beats you for no reason. But yeah, I'm skipping some of the not competitive questions. Has Imperm become necessary again to counter Protoss? To follow up, are cards like Imperm and Nib slept on because of how low value they can feel against the best decks? Imperm is an interesting card at the moment. I think it is mediocre at best as a hand trap just to stop someone from playing, because most of the meta decks have so many ways to play through Imperm that it's actually losing a lot of value. Still, I think Imperm can be a strong board breaker / out to something like Protoss. I could see that. I guess if you are playing a deck that can facilitate, let's say, like 15 non-engine, I don't think it's terrible to play, like, let's say 6 Charmies, 3 Droll, Imperm, Ash. I don't think that's a bad lineup. I think Imperm is solid still. And it's good against Lunalight, that's true. Yeah, no, I think Imperm is definitely getting better the more Protoss people are doing, especially when you notice people are pushing through Charmies. I've heard some people say that, like, oh, I get Peruliad or I get Fuvat, I don't care, I just push through it, because what is my opponent gonna draw? All they can draw is Droll and Lockbird. That's what everyone plays. So I'm just gonna Protoss, Fall Dark, and then all the Mitsu and all the Malice decks get completely destroyed. I think that's a valid argument to play some Imperms. I'm not gonna lie, I think that is valid. If you had to build a current Yubel list, what would it look like, and how would you approach the current Mitsu and Malice meta? I've been tinkering around with the Kashtira Fiendsmith Yubel variant for a while now, and I can't find a consistent deck that feels good into either matchup. I'm not an expert at Yubel, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I think if I were to build a Yubel deck right now, it would do the following thing. I think I would build it. It's going to sound very standard, but I would build it as powerful as possible for going first. And then I would just play 6 Charmies and Droll. That's, I think, how you do it. I think you play no other non-engine. Maybe Ash. Oh yeah, Ash for Fuva. You play Ash for Fuva. So like 12 non-engine, and then just the rest is just as powerful as possible for going first. And that's your deck. Just go first, combo as hard as possible, going second, Charmies and Droll. That's how I would do it. Which is not the most tempting to me, but I think that's the only thing I think it's worth. On a scale of 1 to 10, how likely do you think we're playing Euros with the current ban list? By the time Euros comes around, it'll have been 4 months since the last list. NWCQ seems like a spot they would unveil one. Ooh, I mean, that is just speculation. I personally think I can't think of an instance where the ban list has changed between EU and NAWCQ. Like, I think if they show it at the NWCQ, I think it would be more likely that it's in effect after Euros. Wasn't that the case last year? Wasn't that how it was? Wasn't it, remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like last year at Euros, we already knew that Lacrima was going to get banned. Is that true? Am I remembering correctly? Wasn't it like, here's the ban list, Lacrima is going to be banned, but it's not in effect for Euros? No? Am I misremembering it? It was after? Okay. Either way, I think the chances are not zero that they reveal the ban list at the NWCQ. If it is in effect for Euros, it's basically that's the question, right? 2 weeks. Is 2 weeks reasonable to give us 2 weeks to prepare for Euros with a new ban list? Genuinely, from my perspective, yes, I think 2 weeks is enough. I would be excited for a new ban list 2 weeks before. I think the most exciting tournaments with the most viewership and also just like the most interesting ones are the ones where there's just been a new set or a new ban list. And so like if they did that, I would not even be mad. I would be super excited. I don't know how likely it is. Personally, here's my prediction. I've made this prediction before. They do really like revealing ban lists at big tournaments these days, and I think that is beautiful, and I think they're going to keep doing that. My prediction is that it's now Europe's time to announce the ban list in their stream. Because who said that it's always going to be NA announcing the ban list? Why not the Europe stream for once? I think that would make a lot of sense timing-wise as well. So that's been my prediction. I think they're going to reveal it in Europe this time, because we haven't been able to do it so far in Europe. And I think timing-wise, it makes more sense. I think that'd be cool. So that's my prediction. But the chance, okay, you asked on a scale from 1 to 10, how likely is it that we're playing Euros with the current ban list? I'm going to give it a 7. I'm going to give it a 7 that we're playing with the current ban list. Lampy revealing a ban list would be the best day of my life. See, I think why not? You know, why wouldn't they ever give it to EU? Okay. Next up, more of a generic question. What do you think of current game design? Are we going to just make decks that beat hand traps, then make new better hand traps forever? Where's the breakpoint? I think this is an interesting question, and I could ramble about this for 30 minutes. I'll give you a short answer. I think 2025 archetype design is so far a lot better than 2024 archetype design. So I think we are moving in a better direction with Yu-Gi-Oh at the moment. We are not quite there yet. I'm not saying where it's perfect, because I do think this is a long process. Because I think what they cannot do, unfortunately, is they cannot just start releasing only fair archetypes and expect us to play those. Because what would happen if they just start releasing fair archetypes is we would all look at them and we would all be like, oh, these look fun. And then we would play the old archetypes that are broken. Right? That's genuinely, right? Everyone, the Yu-Gi-Oh community caught right now, right? Like, we would look at these archetypes and be like, oh yeah, these look fun. These look balanced. And then we would just not play them. So, like, it's a slow process where they have to hit the existing broken archetypes, and then they have to make, like, slightly less powerful decks, or maybe decks that are powerful, but in a different way. Like, you look at Vanquish Soul, for example, which is like, or Yummy or whatever, which are very consistent decks. They have a lot of stuff going for them, but they are like not the same level of broken in terms of the end board as these previous. So I think they are shifting. Currently, they are shifting the quality of decks away from the end board into other categories. Like, the strength of this deck is maybe not the amount of interruptions it has, but more like the follow-up, or more like the consistency, or more like the resiliency to hand traps. And it's just like a lot of decks have this now. But yeah, that's kind of fake news. K9 Vanquish Soul ends on 10 interrupts. That's what I'm leading towards, because it is a slow process and they still are doing things wrong in the process, because some archetypes are designed in a fair way, but they don't have proper locks. And then they get paired with something, and then all of a sudden the sum of those two archetypes, or like the result is more than the sum of its parts, and it becomes a crazy deck, right? That's what happened with Ryziel Fiendsmith. That's what happened with Ryziel Mitsurugi. That's what happens with Vanquish Soul K9, right? Those individual archetypes, I got no beef with pure Mitsurugi, but when it's paired with Ryziel, it's too strong. I had no beef with pure Fiendsmith, but when it's paired with Ryziel, it's too strong. It's because they're not careful enough with locks and restrictions and like forcing people to play the deck instead of being able to throw two engines together, right? And that's something they have to be more careful of if they want a more balanced future for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I think pure K9 would have been fine, and I also think pure Vanquish Soul would have been fine, but they just weren't careful enough with those. Or maybe they wanted it to be that way, but then I just disagree, right? So yeah. Next up, can you give some tips for deck building without a competitive community in your back? Thank you. I guess what you mean is, how do you start getting better at Yu-Gi-Oh! Or how do you start getting better at deck building if you're not part of like a competitive friend group? I think there's a lot of spaces you can enter that give you, because I think someone to talk to when you're deck building or theorizing is important. Because it's just important to get feedback on your ideas. Just having someone to bounce ideas off of is really crucial when you are theorizing, because it's just very important to get your stuff checked, right? Like you wanna get knowledge checked on stuff. Like when you have an idea, you want to have someone that tells you, yeah, this is a good idea, or you want to tell them this is not a good idea and here's why. And then understanding that thought process is very important. The thing is, if you're not part of a competitive community at this point, I mean, there's a lot of ways to find one. You know, you can join Discord servers. By the way, people are watching right now, !Discord. I have a Discord server where people are exchanging ideas constantly, which is always very cool to see. There's a ton of others out there. You know, like if you don't have a local community, maybe you can build one, or maybe you can find an online community. I mean, that's one of the core advantages of the modern society with the internet, I suppose, is that you will find a lot of like-minded people. Like, you would be surprised how many people are in the same situation that just like don't have someone to bounce ideas off of and would love to do so like on the internet. Like, I'm sure you're gonna find people that are very happy to talk to someone. And I think this applies to people at every level in the game. Like when you're just starting, you can find other people that are just starting. When you are like kind of like advanced, but you know, like maybe at the level where you're like topping or winning locals or topping or winning regionals, I think you'll find people that are at a similar state in their journey in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Next up, I'm not sure. Okay. Have you seen a change in the community's perception to you since you started streaming? I'm not that it's an interesting question, but I'm not entirely sure what you mean. I definitely think people view me differently now that I'm a content creator, if that's what you mean. I think there's a lot of people that view me very differently. I think people that just know me as a player view me differently from people that just know me from Twitch. Then there's people that never watch the stream and only watch YouTube. And then there's people that don't watch me at all, but think I banned Mathmech Circular and are very mad at me for it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know what exactly to say to that. I watch you only for the cat. See, or then there's people like that. That's also fine. Next question. Would you want to see more archetypes in the game that can play on turn 0 like Vanquish Soul K9? I think so. I think this is one way to make Yu-Gi-Oh more balanced, because I think genuinely, I think turn 1 has been the least interactive turn in Yu-Gi-Oh for a long time, and I don't think that's a good thing. So I think decks that can play on your opponent's turn, or maybe even on the first turn of the game, are quite interesting. And I think that is one way to balance crazy combo decks as well, right? Because like if you try to full combo a Vanquish Soul K9 deck, you're just most likely not going to be able to do it. and they will always have something to say about your stuff, which I think is ultimately, I think it's fine. I understand that this feeling of your opponent playing on your turn is like kind of infuriating, but you also have to kind of understand that that sort of interaction is what Yu-Gi-Oh was built on back in the day, right? Like it is a core part of Yu-Gi-Oh, or it was meant to be a core part of Yu-Gi-Oh to interact with your opponent on the opponent's turn. This is what makes this game fun, at least to me. And I don't really care what that interaction comes from, to be honest with you, as long as it's cool interaction. I don't care if it's, I set a trap card that does this, or I have a monster in my hand that does this. Like, I don't really care where the interaction comes from. I just care about the fact that it's there. You know, I want interaction to be a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh, and if they can't manage to get like trap cards, like cool trap cards back into the game by slowing it down, then I think the interaction has to come from like monsters or archetypes and stuff like that. I think that's fine. Yeah. Is there any deck in Duelist Advanced that intrigues you more than others, both from a competitive and from a playing perspective? Those two are definitely Sky Striker and Vanquish Soul. I love those two. I love the Sky Striker deck, but the Vanquish Soul deck, dude, I don't think I've played a more fun deck than Vanquish Soul in a long time. When I tested it for the first time, that deck is so dope, man. I will say I love the Vanquish Soul deck more than I love the Sky Striker deck at first glance. I'm gonna try Sky Striker at locals today, but Vanquish Soul is unmatched so far from how much I enjoyed my first couple of games with it. It's so sick. Next up. Do you think there should be less lingering floodgates effects like Droll Barrier Lancia, or more of them so that any deck or mechanic can be floodgated, since currently there is no hand trap to stop Vanquish Soul from revealing cards in hand? Funnily enough, there is one. You say that, first of all, crazy take, that you are like, oh, there should be more floodgates so every mechanic can be floodgated equally. That's crazy. But there is one for Vanquish Soul. I forgot the name. Respect Play is what you guys are saying. There is a card that says all cards are revealed, basically. This one. During their respective turns, each player must show their opponent their hand, which means that your entire hand is already revealed, which means that you can't use Vanquish Soul effects because you cannot reveal a card that is already revealed for this. There's other cards like this. So yeah, there already are floodgates against Vanquish Soul, which is crazy. And no, absolutely not. There should not be a floodgate for every single mechanic. What is happening here? Okay, because we are nearing the end of the stream, and I'm noticing a lot of people have posted more generic questions, which I also appreciate and I love talking about. But I'm gonna skip some of them to like talk about the people that have asked specific questions in regards to tournament preparation for the NWCQ and EUWCQ. All right. Next up, how do you feel about there being 0 Lunalights in top cut of the Oceanics? I think the deck was underrepresented. I think Lunalight is a good deck. I think it is not like a Hail Mary, like a crazy solution to the format or anything like that. I don't think it's like crazy good, but I think Lunalight was underrepresented at that tournament. I think all of Duelist Advanced did pretty poorly at that tournament, except for like Dododo Ryzeal. I think give it some time. I think give it some time. I mean, maybe give it a ban list, but I think for now, I think Lunalight is a playable deck. I don't love it. I don't love its win condition, but I think it's a good deck. I think it's playable. I think we're going to see more. Apparently, I've heard from some people that just like almost no one played those decks at the tournament. Like there was one Vanquish Soul in top cut, but apparently also like almost no one played Vanquish Soul. I don't know the numbers for Lunalight, but give it some time. All right, next up. I guess it's not game related, but it is tournament prep related. Do you have a food, water, snack plan for big events like YCS, EU, WCQ? Like how much water do you bring? What kind of snacks do you bring? I feel like this is something that it's different for me than for other people these days because I am vegan. So I cannot rely on getting food at the venue. A lot of the times they don't have anything, or if they do, then the options are not very plenty. So I bring stuff for me these days. Either I bring it from home and prepare it, or I just go to like a grocery store and buy some stuff beforehand. But I would advise you to do that no matter what. Like even if you're not vegan or anything like that, I think you should be prepared to bring that, because I mean there's a few things about getting food at the venue that is like could somewhat be a problem, but it's like sometimes you just don't have enough time to do that, because the lines could be long between rounds. How long have you been vegan? 5 years, 5.5 years at this point. So I think it's good to have something, and also it's usually decently expensive to get food at the venue, no matter what. So if you're trying to save money, it's also a good idea to meal prep some stuff, and it's going to be healthier, right? Because for the most part, the stuff you get at the venue is what's going to be like, I don't know, like a burger or fries or a hot dog or whatever. Like, it's not the most healthy food. They probably have some options, but I don't think people take those options up as much as they take the other stuff. So I think if you're prepping something more healthy, that's probably good for you. So yeah. Next up, ooh, there's more Vanquish Soul questions. First question: do you still think that the approach with the 9 big hitter hand traps is the best? As of now, for the current format, I think for most meta decks, Charmies and Droll seem to still be the way. Because as of now, Oceanics do not suggest that these new decks are super popular. And so Mitsurugi, Ryziel, and Malice are still the decks to beat. So I think it's still going to be Charmies and Droll that people play or should be playing. And then some Vanquish Soul specific questions. You're asking, how much do you like Rescue Ace and Phantasme? I've talked about Rescue Ace already. Phantasme, as much as I love Phantasme, I tested Phantasme. You guys know if I can put Phantasme into a deck, I will. Unfortunately, Phantasme was obviously terrible against Ryziel. And like, I don't know if it's main deckable because Ryziel is the most popular deck at the moment. So I do like Phantasme in this deck. I think conceptually it is so good. It has the right attribute. It draws you cards, gives you a higher chance of having the right attributes for your Holy Su and drawing Holy Su to begin with. Phantasme is so good if the deck's Link Summon. If Ryziel is a concern to you, which it should be, then it's probably more of a side deck card, unfortunately. Second question, how do you feel about Jiaolong? Weird. I feel weird about Jiaolong. Jiaolong is a good card that is usually not that great to draw because it's hard to actually make it work. However, like I said earlier, fire is by far the most important attribute for Vanquish Soul, and there's not that many good fires. So I think Jiaolong just makes the cut as at least a 2 of, maybe a 3 of, just because it's fire. I think that, I mean, you definitely play at least one Jiaolong, but like, I think it's more likely you play 2 or 3 because fire is so important. Yeah. If you can only play one of the high impact hand traps, which one would you choose? Fuvalos. How do you feel about a second Vanquish Soul trap in the side deck? I don't think I would do that. I don't think the second Vanquish Soul trap is worth it. I think if you want to side deck a trap for Vanquish Soul for going first, hear me out. Don't hate me, but I think it's just Tikaboo. I think it would just be Tikaboo. All right. They're asking about testing techniques that have been useful for you and why you think they help. How to assess a matchup, sculpting hands to try out cards, opening hand testing, purposely playing out interactions, also your general philosophy for how testing is best performed and different objectives of testing. Oh, that's a very deep question once again. I mean, when I start testing, the way I usually go about it is I do some theory first. Like I wanna try to understand what deck I'm trying to, like, I do some deck building theory first before I start testing. Like, I build a deck and try to make somewhat of a competent list first, and then I take it to some games where I see how the deck functions into some meta decks, right? Like, for example, last weekend I played Vanquish Soul and Sky Striker, and I made like a first list, a first draft, and then I just played it into some Ryziel Mitsurugi and some Pure Mitsurugi just to see how it feels. And for those kind of things, I think you shouldn't be focusing too much on like technical play and like figuring out the best lines for every single game state, because that stuff takes a lot of time. Like, we have this a lot when we're testing in Raid and Trade as well. When I'm testing with my teammates, we play some games and we just sit over certain game states for way too long because we're like trying to figure out the perfect line for this particular scenario, when in reality we should just be jamming more games and focus more on just how does this deck feel in general. Like, whether this game is winnable right now, this one game in testing, is not that important. It's more like, at a certain stage, I think this sort of stuff is very interesting, right? Like, when you are set on a certain deck, you know you're going to play it, and you want to understand how to approach a certain matchup. I think then it's really useful to be like, this game state right now, how can we win it? How can we figure it out? And then like let it take 30 minutes to figure out the best solution for the game state. But when you're just starting to learn a deck, I think it's more helpful to just get in as many games and as much practice as possible. Because ultimately, the goal for testing, I think, is you have two goals when you're testing a deck. The first thing is you want to find the best list, of course, for a tournament. However, I think that building a deck is usually more theory-based than practice-based. The more important goal when you're testing, in my opinion, is that you are trying to encounter as many different situations as possible in testing, because you never want to be at a big and important tournament and encounter a certain situation for the first time. I think that's the biggest thing when you're testing, is you want to encounter all those situations already, so that in a tournament, you never sit there and you'll be like, this has never happened so far. I wonder how I deal with this. Because when it's happened to you in testing at some point, you can be like, oh yeah, I remember this. This happened when I tested, and this or that was a good solution to it, or this or that was not a good solution to it. So you can replicate it in the tournament, right? You can be like, okay, like, you never want to play a deck and then be like, oh, this is the first time someone has summoned this monster to me. I don't know how to deal with it, for example, right? So yeah. How do you navigate through combos in your head, especially when you haven't mastered the deck? I don't want to use the ADHD excuse, but I just can't seem to mentally draw a full combo unless I have memorized it, and usually end up improvising quite a bit. I will say I work like that too, I think. Like what you're describing. Sometimes I have a hard time to think like infinite steps ahead. I don't know if that's an ADHD symptom or not. I've never had have it tested on whether I have that or not. Sometimes I feel like I have some symptoms of it, but I don't know. I think ideally you just play the deck often enough to the point where memorizing a combo and improvising a combo become the same thing, because you just know what to do in individual situations. I don't know. I am much more of a improvising player than a memorizing player, I will say. Like I tend to do better at decks that you can just do one step at a time without having to know, like, oh, in step 28 of the spreadsheet, it's important that you haven't used this once per turn effect, because then it plays to Nibiru, otherwise it doesn't. Like, this is also something I struggle with, which is why I also don't like modern combo decks that much. Like, genuinely, this is just something where it might be something that is easier for some than for others. Yeah. Next question. How do you, they asked in German, how do you manage to prepare for Euros and Master Duel Worlds at the same time? And why did you decide to stream in English? I stream in English because it reaches more people, is the simple question, and because I can speak it. So I don't see a reason not to do it, because I feel like I would just be reaching less people if I streamed in German. As far as Euros and Master Duel Worlds at the same time, the simple answer is I don't prepare at the same time. I focus on Euros at the moment. and then I start really testing for Master Duel Worlds once Euros is done. Because the reality is we don't even know the exact card pool for the Master Duel World Championship, because we're going to get another pack, we're going to get another ban list. So I don't think there's a point in doing a whole lot of Master Duel Worlds testing at the moment. Like the most I'm going to do this month is like probably at some point get better at Master Duel Malice. Like that's all I can do in this month before we get the next pack. So yeah. All right, we can probably do a couple more. There's not that many more questions. Maybe we can get through all of it. I'm trying to find the ones that are more Euros or NWCQ related. All right, here's one. Should I consider siding Gordian Slicer and Memento? Going second, it doesn't really need its extra deck, or should I use a different board breaker or none at all? I think Gordian Slicer is an interesting card. I think it is viable in decks. Like I think the place for board breakers in this current format, I think, is pretty clear, because you don't want to rely only on board breakers because they're simply not good enough. But I'm assuming you're playing Memento with like Charmies and Droll, so you are trying to force your opponent into a half board, and then Gordian Slicer is really good against half boards. So I think Gordian Slicer works very well in Memento specifically if you pair it with Charmies, because your opponent is going to go like Detonator Pass, and you're like, okay, well, I'll Gordian Slicer that. Ultimate Slayer does kind of the same thing. I don't know which one's better between Gordian Slicer and Ultimate Slayer in Memento specifically. Maybe you're already playing Forbidden Droplet as well. I think that's also an option, but I think those are all viable cards in Memento for sure. Next up. I play Malice, and I want to know what you think about Talents in the deck. I think that I won't main the card as it doesn't do enough going second. Maybe I want to side it against Vanquish Soul. I think Talents is a strong card going first in general in the current format. I think going second, it is not as good because it doesn't really break any of the boards, but it is good after a Charmy. I think Malice in particular is probably better off not main decking Talents. I think Talents is like only really good in decks that have a big problem with Droll and Lockbird, because then you have like one more punish for Droll in your deck. I like that. But I think in Malice you don't have that problem, and I think you don't have to really do that, because the problem is like the non-engine you care most about is like Charmies and Droll. Well, you don't really care about Droll in Malice, and Perulia does not make Talents live because it's standby phase, and Fuvalos is then the only thing that you can really punish with Talents in Malice realistically. Next up, which attribute to use Protoss for when you're blinding it with Ritual Beast in the current format? Also opinion on maining Corridor and Colossus in the current format. I think if you're blinding Protoss, you're always calling Dark, right? Like, what other option even is there? I guess you could call Light, but then it does nothing against Mitsurugi or Malice. I think it's always Dark. I think it's always Dark, and then they can only do Ryziel stuff. Yeah, no, I think it's Dark. Easily. Also, they edited their message. They were like, edit, yes, I know Ritual Beast is an uphill battle, but I love it nonetheless. I was not going to say that, but true. Next up, what are your thoughts on Orchest Mitsu? The deck looks super interesting. Do you think it's powerful enough to top an event like NWCQ? TLDR, because we're running low on time. Yes, I like Orchest Mitsu. I think it's a good idea. I think they complement each other really well, even though they don't have crazy synergy, but they still complement each other pretty well, I would say, because they cover each other's weaknesses. Like they don't like, it doesn't feel like they add much to each other's combos, but it's more like, okay, if I get rolled and my Mitsu part doesn't work as well, Orchest still works. If I get Lancia and I can't do the Orchest stuff, I can still do the Mitsu stuff under Lancia, no problem, and that's cool. And I also think it fixes the consistency issues of the decks, because I think Orchest was slightly not consistent enough when I tried it. But with Mitsurugi in the mix, all of a sudden it's like, okay, if I don't draw an Orchest card, that's no problem because I probably have Mitsu combo. So I'll just do my Mitsu combo. And if I don't draw a Mitsu card, I probably have Orchest combo, and so I'll just do Orchest combo. And when you draw both, they don't interfere with each other, so you just do both, and you have a higher ceiling. And I think that's cool. I think that is that's absolutely fine. So I like the concept. Yeah. Next question. What are your thoughts on Sky Striker Snake Eyes? Sky Striker Snake Eyes in TCG right now? Is it blind second? You posted a list. We can't look at it, chat, for reasons. You playing Snake Eyes? It's got to be going first, right? It is going first. Yeah. I guess it plays 0. Does 0 lock you into anything? Or can you make 0 in like other decks as well? 0 does not lock you. Okay. So I guess you could, yeah, maybe that it does make Sky Striker packages a little bit more interesting in other decks, right? Because you can go engage for Hornet Drones, Kagari, add back Hornet Drones, activate Hornet Drones, make 0, search another engage. It's kind of interesting. I mean, I'm not sure if I like Snake Eyes in general right now, to be fair. Like without original, I'm not sure if I like the deck at all. But it's not like terrible either. The list that you posted. I mean, it is kind of like, it is 45 cards and it only has 12 non-engine, so that's another problem. And you're playing even more normal summons with Ray and Rose in the deck, but I don't hate it. I don't think you found like a crazy solution either, though. All right, next question. Next and last question. Would you consider trying to fit the new Gorgon Link 3 into any deck if it can afford it? Once again, I don't like the new Link 3 that much so far. Like, I haven't seen anyone put it to great use. I think there are uses for it, theoretically, but I don't think it's that good. Maybe try it. I think that's where I stand on it. I think it's worth trying, but I'm not convinced you're going to end up liking it. But like, I mean, there is time until some of those, I mean, at least for Euros, there's still a decent amount of time. Try it if your deck can make it, especially if your deck likes to end on IP Masquerena. Sure, try it. But I don't believe that much in it at the moment, at least. But yeah. Okay, you guys. I had a good time today. I hope you did too. I'm going to have to go now because locals are soon-ish. And I'm going to have to pack my stuff and get ready. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I had a great time checking in with the TCG again, yapping about all kinds of different TCG-related stuff. I hope you had a good time as well. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will not see you guys tomorrow because I am going to take tomorrow off because I'm going to be streaming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the NWCQ. So I'm taking tomorrow off and maybe Thursday as well. I don't know yet. I'll let you know on the Discord server. Whether there will be a stream on Thursday, because I was planning to do one, but I am going to be streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so I'm not sure yet if I'm going to make it happen on Thursday. I don't know how much I have to do to like prepare YouTube content and all that as well. So I'll see you guys maybe Thursday, but at the very latest, I'll see you guys on Friday. Hope you guys have a wonderful time until then. Thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate all the support as per usual. Thank you everyone who submitted questions. Thank you everyone who took part in the Droll Debate earlier. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I will send you guys over to Mr. MBT. And you guys all tell him how much you loved the prompt yesterday that I made. all tell him it was the best prompt you've ever had.